innings pitched, he is right there. Strikeout second in the league. Quality starts first. That's something that he's all about. And he has been on a great run, which included his one inning in the All-Star game. But his last outing before the break against the A's, one of the better offenses you're going to see. Felix had everything working again. And as long as he's able to locate his fastball, which he has done for the better part of 2 months now, every other pitch will fall into place. The great changeup, but I also like his curveball and his slider lately. They've been good pitches for him. And if Felix is on top of it, he's pitched well against the Angels this year. He's had his struggles in the past, but this year he has pitched well. I suspect that we're going to see another dominant outing from Felix.
Felix against the Angels this year, 2-0 with a 1.84 ERA. And where does he rank? The accomplishments that he's racked up this year, where does he rank here? Take a look at these numbers.
Well, Mike Scott next up. And again, I think that he'll pitch well tonight. This is a good offensive club with the Angels. But again, when Felix is on his game, like all the great ones, there's not much that you can do. But Mike Scott next on the list for Felix Hernandez.
All right, he's opposed by Garrett Richards, young guy, right-hander, stays in the 90s, deep into a ball game. His numbers are also off the chart. 11-2 record, good ERA, leads the league in batters at batting average against.
And consistently one of the hardest throwing starters in the American League. With him, it's tough. You're going to see a four-seam fastball. He'll also throw a good cutter in on the lefties. And here's the 12-6 curveball that he puts hitters away with. He has been on a great run. Dave mentioned his last 8 outings. He has been almost unhittable. So the Mariners have their work cut out for him. You can see the 7-0 record, a 1.27 ERA for him. Opponent's average just 1.63. On paper, this looks like a great one, but you never know.
No doubt. His last 2 outings against the Mariners, covering 14 innings, Richards has not allowed a run against Seattle, by Seattle. So that's what we're looking at here tonight. And the bullpen last night, fabulous by the Mariners, but the last laugh was earned by the Angels. It was the first Angels win against the Mariners in this building this season. Let's see how things materialize tonight. Game 2 of a 3-game set. Mariners and the Angels' first pitch is straight ahead. It is a beautiful early evening here in Anaheim, California, as we welcome you to Angel Stadium. Some Mariner fans, it's a special day. You bet. Felix Hernandez on the mound. Happy Felix Day, everybody, as he'll be opposed by Garrett Richards, a young flamethrower. That's your setup for tonight's ballgame. The Mariners and the Angels. Game 2 of a 3-game set. Glad you could join us here on Root Sports. Dave Sims along with Mike Blowers and our Root Sports crew. Take a look at the Mariner batting order that will face hard-throwing Garrett Richards.
Tonight's starting lineups are brought to you by Chevron. A little different look to the lineup tonight. Jones will lead things off, and Estefan Romero getting a start, his first start since June 29th. Cano, Seager, and Morrison hitting in the middle of the lineup. The DH tonight will be Corey Hart. He hits 6th, and it's Ackley, Miller, and Jesus Sucre giving Zunino the night off. Sucre rounding out the 9 for the Mariners. And a look at the numbers for Richards. Argument could be made that he should have made the All-Star team. An 11-2 record, a 2.55 ERA for him, 127 strikeouts to 43 walks. Opponents hitting just 196 against him. And a look at the defense for the Angels this evening. Navarro had the game-winning hit last night. He will get the start in left field. Trout in center. Calhoun out in right. David Freese, the third baseman. McDonald at shortstop. Ibar pulling a hammy last night, so he's out. McDonald at short. Kendrick and Pujols on the right side of the infield. And Chris Iannetta will do the catching. And on April 9th against the Mariners, Richards pitched well. 7 innings, just 1 hit. He did walk 3, but struck out 6, 104 pitches in that outing against the Mariners.
And we opposed by Felix Hernandez, who is ready for action here tonight. This has a chance of being one of the scintillating pitching matchups of the season. First pitch from Garrett Richards to James Jones. In there for a called strike one. Alfonso Marquez has home plate tonight with Paul Schreiber at first, Adam Hamari at second, and Ted Barrett at third. 73 degrees here in Anaheim. And Jones behind 0-2. Did the coffee IV drip get to your room? We ordered one up for you after the long game last night. 5 hours and 14 minutes.
No coffee last night, right to sleep, but up this morning, extra cup. Try to get going today.
And he did go as they checked down to Ted Barrett, third base umpire. Said that Jones did commit on the swing. So he's a strikeout victim. 1 away. I got to tell you, Mike, after the game last night, get back to as we look at this curveball in the dirt. I set a personal best after the game.
With?
10-inch pizza gone in a very limited amount of time. Put the stopwatch on it. It was boom. On your mark, get set, go.
All I can say is I hope it was waiting for you.
It was waiting. It was cold. I didn't care.
There you go.
Romero, center field. Trout runs it down. 2 away. Last night's game, long, and I tell you, some fabulous pitching by the Mariner bullpen. And don't forget the 2 starters weren't too shabby either. Sashi Iwakuma along with Jared Weaver. 5-14, 14th time in club history. Played at least 15 2/3. Mariners had 8 pitchers. Angels went for 9. That's a lot of pitches thrown in the ballgame.
It was. Not many guys left in either bullpen last night. In fact, the Angels used every pitcher that they had.
Rodney was the last one left for the Mariners.
That's right.
Tom Wilhelmsen tonight's the only one that is off the chart. It will not see him tonight. He turned in some strong
4 innings last night.
Very impressive. Here's Robinson Cano starting today as the leading hitter in the American League. Robbie 3 for 8 career against Garrett Richards. He went 4 for 6 last night. Two and 1. Richards, born in Riverside, California, lives in Edmond, Oklahoma now. 26 years old. First round pick, 42nd overall in the 09 amateur draft.
And he will be consistently 97, 98 with his 4-seam fastball. It'll be tough on left-handers because he throws a hard cutter. He'll try to get it in on their hands, and his cutter 94 to 95 miles an hour, and of course the hard 12-6 curveball. Throws that pitch up there at about 88. As you take a look at the numbers for Cano this year in June and July.
Richards did not make the All-Star game, and that's one of the great inequities. You'll see it every year. There's always somebody deserving, putting up outstanding numbers. It's 196 batting average against is the best in the American League. He's won his last 5 starts and won his last 7 decisions. 3-2 to Cano, 2 out, nobody on. Hit hard, and Pujols will take it. Richards to the bag, and that'll do it for the Mariners. 1-2-3 first. King Felix about to take the mound against the Angels when we come back. Mariner fans came prepared with their key cards as Felix takes the mound against the Angels, a team that he's pitched well against here in Anaheim in his last 6 starts, a 2-0 record, a 3.75 ERA here in the building. Let's take a look at the Angel batting order that he'll face this evening.
Angels second in the league in hitting as a team. Cole Calhoun would lead off, and then it's Mike Trout. Want to be careful with him. 386 hitter with a couple of home runs against Felix. Pujols, Hamilton, and Kendrick hitting in the middle of the lineup. Freeze, Efra, and Navarro walk-off single last night in the 16th inning. That came with 2 outs. He gets the start today in left field, hitting 7th. Then you have Iannetta and McDonald rounding out the 9 for the Angels. For Felix, take a look at his numbers. 11-2 on the year, league leading 2.12 ERA, 154 strikeouts, only 25 walks for Felix. Opponents hitting just 201 against him.
A long list of superlatives for Senor Hernandez for this season. Starts tonight as the ERA leader in the American League, 2nd in innings pitched, 3rd road ERA. Tied for 2nd in wins, number 1 in night ERA, 6th in strikeouts per 9 as you look at Cole Calhoun. Big part of the reason why the Angels won 22 of their last 23 here at home. In his career, Felix is 10-13 with a 3.80 ERA against the Angels. It's past Sucre. Two-one. Unhittable on that pitch.
Well, it's been one of the improvements, I think, for Felix this year, and the reason why he's been on such a great run and been able to sustain it is he doesn't just rely on the great changeup. That was the curveball right there, and the curveball has been a really good pitch for him along with his slider. And we've talked about his pitches before. All 4 of his pitches are plus pitches for him, and when he has command of it, even though this is one of the better hitting teams in the league, he can handle them.
2-2. Strike 3 called. No objection from Cole Calhoun. Sometimes you see a pitch like that. What the heck was that?
I can tell you what it was. It was the changeup at 90 miles an hour. Calhoun gives up on this pitch. It runs right back on the plate. Just above the knees for a strike. Take a look at the defense for the Mariners. Ackley in left. Jones out in center field. Stephen Romero getting the start in right. And on the infield, Seager, your third baseman. Miller and Cano up the middle. Logan Morrison getting the start at first. Smoke the night off. Jesus Sucre will do the catching tonight.
It'll be interesting to watch Felix attack Mike Trout. He's got a .386 batting average, 2 homers and 11 RBIs against him. As we talked about last night, Trout can kill that low pitch.
Well, and the thing that makes him really good, too, is for a right-handed hitter with Felix on the mound. He's not afraid to stay up the middle, hit the ball the other way, and he can hit the ball the other way with authority, stay inside the good fastball. So Felix trying to bust him in right there.
1-1 to Mike. 3 for 7 last night. Scored the game-winning run. A single by Navarro. There's a strike. All 2 strikes here. Cano playing up the middle against Trout. There's the 1-2.
That was a good changeup. Looks like it might have hit the dirt if he didn't swing at it. As Dave mentioned, Trout a good low ball hitter.
And here's some Mariner fans with their K cards barking out the K. 2 balls, 2 strikes here to Trout. He's got a very long list of accomplishments as he plays here in game number 96. And foul. Give you an example. Trout 7th in batting, 2nd in runs, 3rd in doubles, 4th in walks, 4th in homers, 9th in hits, 1st in total bases, 1st in extra base hits. And on it goes. 2nd in slugging. 2-2. Last night he had his hand stepped on, I believe it was his left hand.
It was his left hand.
And Cano inadvertently got a piece of him as he slid in head first. And then later on in the game when he got the second, he went in feet first. And that hurts.
Good running fastball at 94 miles an hour as he hits the top half of it right off his toe. I thought initially it hit him on the ankle.
Good news, he can smile about it. Generally, we see the left-handers fouling and off their lower extremities more than to see right-handers. 2-2 to Trout. Popped up. Cano stays with it, makes the play. 2 away.
Take a look at some more numbers on Felix Hernandez and some of the things that he's been able to accomplish this year. Take a look at the opponent's average against his different pitches. His changeup, under 100. 0.93 against his changeup. Good curveball at 160. His fastball, because he throws a lot of them, 232 average. And then his slider, 208. So just dominant stuff for Felix. Gives you an idea of how good all of his pitches are.
Here's Albert Pujols. That's a strike 1. Albert 1 for 7 last night. It's a fair ball. Seager's got it. Pitcher's off to good starts. Good dig over there at first base by Morrison. 1, 2, 3 go the Angels here in the first. No score here in Anaheim. Make sure you join us for Seattle's largest sing-along set to fireworks. It's coming up Friday, March the 2nd, of 3 great summer fireworks nights at Safeco Field. It comes after the Mariners 7-10 start against the Orioles. You're going to enjoy a fantastic fireworks show set to a playlist of classic songs like Journey's Don't Stop Believing and Bon Jovi's Living on a Prayer. So make sure you join the fun and pick up your tickets at Mariners.com. Fireworks here this evening here in Anaheim at the conclusion of this ball game. Garrett Richards went 1-2-3 in the first inning. He's going to face Kyle Seager, Logan Morrison, and Corey Hart here in the second. Strike one to Kyle.
Kyle, one of the Mariners that's had success against Richards. 16 at bats, hitting .375 for Kyle.
0 for 7 last night. Hello. Bouncing ball to John McDonald, the shortstop, in for the ailing Eric Ibar pulled a groin last night. Let's check in with Tom Glasgow. He's got an update on those Athletics.
Number 20, Logan Morrison.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. Logan Morrison, a hitter for the Mariners. 4 for 5 last night. Pitch inside, ball 1. So see plenty of Baltimore coming up in the next couple of weeks. Orioles in town next Thursday through Sunday, and then the following weekend the Mariners will be in Charm City for 3 games. Pujols takes this one. Flips to Richards, 2 away.
Designated hitter, number 27, Corey Hart.
American League West standings. What a great division this has been. And the Athletics, game and a half lead on a hard-charging Angels. Mariners still holding that second wild card position. Houston Astros have supplanted Texas as the 4th team. And the Rangers continue a free fall. The injuries, seems like every day around Washington Ball Club somebody goes down. And it has been a nightmare season for them. Corey Hart, the hitter. Corey DHing. First time he's seeing Garrett Richards.
Thought it was interesting not to see Smoke or Chavez in the game today, but Right-handers have had a little more success, not much, a little more success against Richards.
Pump back liner there, taken care of by Mr. Pujols. And Garrett Richards has gone 6 up, 6 down against the Mariners in the first couple of innings. Bullpen certainly was busy last night for the Mariners. Charlie Furbush, Danny Farquhar. Could strike him out, throw him out, double play right there. That was a big part. They moved through the game. How about Brandon Maurer? Good work by him.
Bullpen was great last night, to a man, and I think Tom Wilhelmsen having to pitch 4 innings last night. Not available tonight, obviously. But after the All-Star break, I think the bullpen should still be in pretty good shape. And biggest confidence that I think Lloyd has coming into this game is that Felix is on the mound, typically pitches late, so he'll still be able to mix and match late in this game if he needs to.
Meanwhile, for the Angels, they've added Houston Street, big trade with San Diego, one of the top closers. He'll take over that role. Joe Smith probably move him into an 8th inning role. Josh Hamilton leading off. He's only a 175 hitter against Felix, coming off an 0 for 6 last night. Tops this one. Cano takes care of it from short right field, 1 away.
Second baseman, number 47, Howie Kendrick.
Bullpens last night. Here's what both teams did last night. Look at that. 6 hits given up by the Mariners, 9 by the Angels, 1 earned run. 10 strikeouts against 6 registered by the Mariners. And 15 more pitches thrown by the Angels. Everybody should have been ready. First game out of the break.
Oh, they were all ready. I think that, again, I'm sure Tom Wilhelmsen didn't expect to go 4 his first time out, though.
Houston Street.
Yeah.
If they could have, they would have liked to have activated him last night. Oh, about 12 o'clock. Trade was made around 9 o'clock or something last night, and he was down in San Diego. So that's a significant pickup in Houston Street. Here's Howie Kendrick. Check down at first base. Paul Schreiber said he did go.
Well, it is, and the Angels on a roll. Won 9 out of their last 10, 6 in a row. They've really played well. And now you add one of the top relievers in the National League to your bullpen.
Just a game and a half behind the Oakland Athletics. Angels are 3-6. against Oakland this year. Meanwhile, the Mariners are 7-6 against the A's, 6-4 against these Angels. 3 balls and 1 strike to Howie Kendrick, second baseman. Felix 2-0 against the Angels this season, and he walks him back. I see a lot of that. One out base runner, second inning here for the Angels.
Only the 26th walk on the season for Felix.
There's David Freese, the third baseman. 2 for 6 last night. Ball 1. It's the corner. 1-1. Freese in 2011 World Series MVP with the Cardinals. Man from St. Louis. Got out of the gate slowly, but he has really picked it up. Count it 1-1. Swing and a miss.
Not many pitches in the middle of the play. You can see our EQC tracer just working around the edges. Felix has been really good about that this year, not giving too many pitches to hit, especially if he gets ahead of you.
Wants to be careful here with Freese. Been on a tear, taking his average from 220 to 255. It's covering the span of the last 3 weeks. Two and 2 count, 1 out. Runner at first, Howie Kendrick. Runner goes. And a throw. There is no throw as they pitch down in the dirt. Stolen base for Howie. It's 12 out of 16 now.
No chance for Sucre getting the start behind the dish tonight. This is going to be a changeup in the dirt. So Kendrick picked the right pitch to run on. Sucre blocks it, but not able to get a throw off.
Count runs full to Freese.
Angels 6th in the American League in stolen bases.
Felix ready with the 3-2. Walking back to back, walks.
Surprising.
Go back through the logs and find out the last time he walked back to back hitters. One out, 2 on for Efren Navarro. Navarro in left field. He was up a couple of times in the on-deck circle and then was pulled back, and then 16th inning, he did get in the ball game as a pinch hitter and delivered a single that scored a game-winning run.
He swung at the first pitch and was able to get a base hit back up the middle. Right now, Felix would like to see a ground ball, get a double play, and get out of this inning.
Strike 1.
30 pitches now in the game for Felix.
Breaking ball hit foul. His first career walk-off hit last night for Navarro. Been a couple of years since they had a pinch hit walk-off. Last time by Callaspo in September 2012, fouled off. Callaspo now a member of the Athletics.
Good changeup from Felix. Against left-handers at times, he can get his changeup to run away from him, and he was able to do that on that last pitch. Started on the corner and then ran away.
Uncharacteristic back-to-back walks by Felix after giving Josh Hamilton the ground out to Cano. 0-2 here. Pitch from Felix misses. 1-2 to Navarro.
See the splits against Felix, lefties and righties.
Give Navarro a lot of credit. 50th round pick in the 2007 draft. He has persevered. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Goes the ball 2-2-2. Right
break
to Brad Miller as the double play he was looking for. Beautifully positioned. Hit right on the button by Navarro. Easy double play. Inning over for the Angels. And this is the break that Felix was looking for as we go to the third inning. Seattle Mariners baseball on Root Sports, being brought to you by Ford. We are local. AM, PM, too much good stuff. And the Emerald Queen Casino welcoming country and Grand Ole Opry star Josh Turner July 30th. For tickets, go to emeraldqueen.com. Couldn't ask for better weather here tonight here in Anaheim. Middle game of a 3-game set. 12:35 start tomorrow. Here's Dustin Ackley. Looks at strike one. Bottom third of the order. Ackley, Miller, and Sucre. Garrett Richards, 6 up, 6 down. Ackley 3 for 12 against Richard.
One of the things that we've talked about with Felix is him getting through the first couple of innings, and sometimes you need to catch a break, and he certainly got one there on that line drive back up the middle. That might have been the inning where the Angels could get to him for a couple of runs, but instead he was able to get out of it by that line drive right at Brad to get the double play after a couple of walks.
Yeah, back-to-backers, you rarely see that. Pujols, boy, he's been busy. Foot race, barely wins it, one away.
That comes back to the cutter from Garrett Richards. He will throw his cutter in on the left-hander's hands. Coming into the game holding lefties to just a 192 batting average. And again, it's that cutter, and he throws it with a lot of velocity. It's been 97, 98 miles an hour. He's one of the harder throwers, consistently hard throwers in the American League as far as starters go.
Brings up Brad Miller, 2 for 7 last night. Bouncing ball, McDonald surrounds, quick release. Just got him. Brad driving in the Mariners' first run last evening in the 7th inning. So 8 up, 8 down for Garrett Richards.
McDonald has been around in the big leagues for a long time, and it's because he's an excellent fielder. Shows a little bit of range going back up to his left, gets rid of it quickly. Didn't have a lot on it. It gets him by a half a step.
Jesus Sucre playing in his 3rd game. 1 for 5 since being recalled from Tacoma. Chop foul. And McDonald's been around Cleveland, Toronto, Detroit, Arizona, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Philly, Boston, and now the Angels.
Watching Garrett Richards here early, the All-Star break did him some good because he's been consistently 98. If he starts to get a feel for that 12-6 curveball, it's going to be a rough night for the Mariners.
To your point, as that one just fouled off by Sucre.
He comes into this game with a lot of confidence with the way he's pitched over his last 8 outings, and you can take a look how hard he throws this curveball. 88 miles an hour and the bite on it.
0-2 pitch. Easy play for Trout. Garrett Richards, first time through the order. 9 up, 9 down. Felix has registered a couple of zeros himself. Good ball game underway. All right, Tom, thank you. Good pitching matchup. Felix Hernandez against Garrett Richards. Felix will get 8, 9, and 1 in the order here. Chris Iannetta, John McDonald, and Cole Calhoun. Iannetta just a 118 hitter career against Felix. Looks at a high strike.
I'm sure one of the things that Felix was thinking about in between innings as he was sitting in the dugout when the Mariners had their turn to hit was he doesn't want to help the Angels out anymore. This is, coming into it, it's probably going to be a low-scoring game with these two pitchers on the mound, and he can't help them out by walking a couple of batters. Hasn't given up a hit, but 2 walks last inning, back-to-back walks. We haven't seen that from Felix, so he certainly doesn't want to help them out. There's a good curveball.
On 2 strikes. Iannetta getting his start tonight. Hank Conger went 16 innings last evening. Timothy cap to Hank and to Mike Zunino. And Ted Barrett, the home plate umpire, as Iannetta is dismissed. 1 and 2 was the count. That's the second strikeout for Felix, 1 away.
We'll take a look at this last pitch. Again, the changeup down. Typically, when he locates it, you really want to see this pitch down. You take a look at it. There's a good look at the circle change by Felix. The bottom falls out of it. If he gets it down in that area, you'll see a lot of hitters swing over the top of it. He can even bounce it at times and get away with it.
There's veteran infielder John McDonald turns 40 in September. 16 years in the big leagues with 8 teams. In the starting lineup tonight, because Eric Ibar made the All-Star team this week. Suffered a groin injury running down to first in last night's ball game.
And another good curveball.
On 2 to McDonald. Got him. Quick dismissal there. Back-to-back strikeouts, 3 for the ball game, 2 away here in the 3rd inning. Back to the top of the order, Cole Calhoun. He took and called 3rd strike.
And another changeup from Felix.
Quick 2 outs here in the 3rd inning.
There it is, the circle change. What a great look at the grip in our McDonald Supermo of Felix and the changeup. Talking about it on the radio side with Felix, whom we've said it before, he has such great arm speed, keeps his arm speed up for his changeup. And he sells it, I think, as one of the best in the business, but it's so difficult as a hitter. You would think that the separation from his fastball to his changeup, 3-4 miles an hour tops maybe. But again, the location of it and the way the bottom falls out of it, a lot like a split, not a changeup, is the difference for him.
Up the middle, Brad Miller's right there. Felix's hiccup inning may have been the 2nd inning when he walked back-to-back batters. He's got things straightened out here in the 3rd. He goes 1-2-3 as we move to the 4th inning in a scoreless ball game. There's not been a hit in this contest. Hernandez against Garrett Richards. Right now, it is time for you to tweet your photos using the hashtag MarinersFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown later in the game. Brought to you by AT&T. Well, the Mariners have been retired 9 up, 9 down. We begin the second time through the order with James Jones, Stephen Romero, and Robinson Cano. There's the first pitch to Jones. Breaking ball for strike. Jones struck out on a check swing, opening up the ball game. Another breaking ball, 0-2. Richards fourth in ERA, second in winning percentage, eighth in strikeouts, first in opponent's batting average. He's having a great first half, or had a great first half as we begin the second half here for him. 0-2. And lost by the Mariners last night. Their first here in Anaheim this season. They're 3-1. And Jones is gone for the second time via strikeout.
Well, we've talked a lot about Felix and his changeup, all of his pitches really, but again, this cut fastball that Garrett Richards throws up there at 98 miles an hour, it is so difficult. This pitch will end up down and in, and again, the velocity at 98, you can see just a little bit of a cut to it down and in as he swings over the top, and you'll see the lefties do that. If he elevates that pitch, typically he'll get it in on their hands.
10 in a row retired out of the gate here by Garrett Richards. Strike one to Stephen Romero, lined out to center field his first time.
One of the best swings we've seen off of Richards so far. Well timed on his fastball at 98. Again, that pitch up out over the plate. And for the right-handers, a little bit of an advantage because he can't get the cutter in. Obviously, it's moving away from him.
0-2.
I think you can tell by that reaction. He wanted that pitch. Didn't miss by much.
One-two pitch.
Almost identical to the last one.
Yep.
And you can see on the tracer, they are just off the plate away.
Stephen Romero recalled from Tacoma during the All-Star break. Here's the 2-2. Strike three called. It is his third strikeout. 11 consecutive batters retired to start the ball game by Garrett Richards. See the Mets without taking the subway. Head to Safeco Field Monday at 7:10. Mariners host the New York Mets in a rare three-game interleague matchup. For tickets to see Kyle Seager, the Mariners take on David Wright and the Mets in another Midsummer Classic. Stop by Mariners.com. Mets are losing 4-3 to the Padres down in San Diego as we speak. 4-0, big pardon, 4-0. Here's Cano. Looks at a strike. Robbie bounced out to Pujols. His first at bat. Breaking ball, chop foul. Ball and 2 strikes to Cano.
It's amazing sometimes how pitchers, all of a sudden things click for them. We were talking about Richards, and the Angels weren't really sure what to do with him. He'd been in their bullpen. They tried him as a starter, a little bit too wild. But he has figured things out. Something has clicked for him along the way to where now he's one of the best pitchers in the American League.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. My goodness. 12 up, 12 down, perfect through 4. Struck out the side here in the 4th. No score in Anaheim. Sports being brought to you by Seattle City Light. Visit seattle.gov/WePower for more information. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by BNSF Railway, sponsor of the BNSF Blast. 2 pitchers getting it done tonight. Garrett Richards retired the first 12 men that he's faced. Felix Hernandez has 3 strikeouts. He's not allowed a hit. It is a pitcher's night out.
Felix throwing a few more pitches than Garrett Richards has tonight. For Felix, we talked about the 2 walks, back-to-back walks. In fact, he has not done that this year. That's the first time it's tonight. He's only walked 2 batters in an inning just once this year.
Last time he walked back-to-back. How about this? August 17 of last year against Texas, game in which he walked 5. Rarely see that back-to-back. Trout, Pujols, Hamilton, 2, 3, 4, 4th inning. Trout popped up to Cano. Good pitch.
A little protection, good idea.
After his last at bat, fouled one off the foot.
Gives you a good idea how tough he is, too. We saw the replay a number of times last night when Cano stepped on his hand. It wasn't just stepping on his hand. Then he walked over the top of it, put a lot of pressure on his hand and wrist, stayed in the game, and then today hits that fastball off of his toe and still in there.
And again, laughed about it.
He got up right away.
Yeah, he did. And last night, Cano, I'm okay. He had to been killing him, but he laughed it off. And then he laughed this off. I'm thinking, if he had been in a heap, I would have understood it.
Exactly.
Ball and 2 strikes to Mike Trout.
Again, when you look at all the hitters in the Angels lineup, Trout, the one that you have to be careful with, and you have to do that on a nightly basis against the Angels, but hitting .386 with a couple of home runs off of Felix.
Two and two. Upstairs and missed, full count. Felix coming off starting for the American League in the All-Star game on Tuesday. As you look at Albert Pujols. Gave up an infield hit to McCutchen. Jeter almost made a great play. Some foul back. Last 4 starts for Felix, 3 wins and 1 no decision. He has gone deep in these ball games lately. That's hit well. Deep left center field. On hop, off the fence. Trout to second with a double. 29th double for Mike Trout. What a year he is having.
He's one of the best hitters in the American League, and he can hit really good pitches. He certainly doesn't miss many pitches that are up and in the middle of the plate, which is where this fastball is at 93 miles an hour. You can see the short swing by Trout. Gets his foot down early so that his hands can work for him, gets the barrel to it. Fortunately, Jones was able to get it back in play quickly. As you look at our McDonald's Supermo and a look at the fastball, again, 93 miles an hour. Here's the swing by Trout.
Like you said, short to the ball. He's seen 15 pitches already tonight. Mike Trout, here's Pujols. First hit of the ball game. Strike 1 to Pujols. Among the Angels, he leads the way with 29 doubles. Pujols grounded out to Seager his first time. Albert's been healthy this season, playing in game number 94 for him. Plantar fasciitis and knee problems last year really slowed him. They finally shut him down about a third of the season left. Bouncing ball, charged by Miller. Trout holds it second. One away.
A little bit surprised Trout with his speed didn't try to take third on the slow grounder. Late read for him. You look at Felix in his pitch usage from last year to this year. A lot more changeup for him this year. You can see that up to 29% now. His curveball, a little bit more. I think we're going to see that percentage go up for him too, and he has a good one tonight. Fastball down, slider the same. So more changeups for Felix. Why not? It's one of the best pitches in baseball. Well, he has a good curveball, and we're starting to see more of that. He lost his curveball for a couple of years, but he's had it this year.
Hamilton pulls it into the shift. Here's Cano. Throws to Morrison, 2 away. Trout to third. Hamilton has twice grounded out to Cano. Brings up Howie Kendrick, who walked and stole a base in the second inning. Was doubled up off the line drive by Navarro that ended the second frame.
Kendrick coming into the game, 288 with a home run off of Felix in his career. And again, similar to Trout, doesn't have the power that Trout does, but he lets the ball travel, let it get deep, and then a short, quick swing up the middle the other way. And I think those are the type of hitters, right-handed hitters, that have some sort of success against Felix.
Strike 1.
Angels so far 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position.
1-1 to Howie. Beat him with that pitch at 90. Ball and 2 strikes. Hottest team in baseball right now, the Angels, a 6-game winning streak. They've won 9 of their last 10. Got him to chase. Big strikeout for Felix Hernandez. Heard that one before, too. That's his 4th strikeout. Ends the 4th inning. Gives up just 1 hit, strands Trout at third. in Anaheim. What a pitching matchup. Garrett Richards against Felix. No score as we go to the 5th inning. Time now for our CenturyLink link to what's next. We'll wrap up the series tomorrow. Chris Young against Tyler Skaggs. Chris Young, tell you what, 8-6, deserves a better fate. He should easily be 11-3, or could be 11-3. Look at the opponent's batting average, just 208.
Yeah, he's really pitched well, and the Mariners have done well against left-handed pitchers, so hopefully things will go well for him tomorrow. But first things first, they have to get a hit off of Garrett Richards.
So he's retired the first 12 men that he's faced. Struck out the side in the 4th inning.
Well, the bad news for the Mariners is working here in the 5th. He's only thrown 40 pitches now, 28 strikes. Mariners have tried to be aggressive. I don't blame him. I wouldn't want to fall behind him. His stuff is that good tonight.
Especially that pitch he threw to Cano to end the inning.
Yeah, cut fastball at 98 miles an hour.
Perfectly located. My goodness. Seager, Morrison, and Corey Hart here in the 5th inning.
Well, get a base runner out there and put him in the stretch and see if that'll change things up, because he certainly seems comfortable pitching out of his windup.
And then some. Foul back. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kyle Seager bounced out to shortstop his first time up.
Look at team leaders in ERA. The Mariners are 2nd, but the Angels are 4th.
I know, they've made a jump.
They've made a big jump. Richards a big part of that. He comes into the game with a 2.55 ERA.
Hey, they made a jump from last night. They were 6th last night. Two and two to Kyle. Full count. Richards' first taste of the big leagues, 2011, 7 games, went 0-2. 2012, he went 4-3. Last year, 7-8. Payout to Seager. Another play by Pujols covering Richards. 13 up, 13 down. Let's check in with Tom Glasgow. Tommy?
First baseman, number 20, Logan Morrison.
All right, Tom, thanks. Baltimore can swing the bats. There's Logan Morrison.
We know too well. Still early in that game.
See last night's videotape.
Yeah.
Albert again. He'll take this one himself. 14 up, 14 down. 2 away.
Designated hitter, number 27, Corey Hart.
5 ground ball outs to Pujols. Again, I think if you're going to get the barrel to the ball with the hard cutter that he throws as a lefty, you're going to have to pull the ball, and that's what they're doing. And you can see the Angels pull off most of those plays. He's right on the line, basically a step away from it.
Breaking ball up high to Corey Hart. And a soft liner to Pujols to end the 2nd inning.
Missed with a couple of breaking balls, and Corey had last night off. Back in the lineup tonight, and I think right-handed hitter with some power. See if maybe you can get one of those cut fastballs and find the barrel out over the plate somewhere.
2-0. Slow roller. McDonald throws over and got him. Perfect through 5. Can you believe this? Garrett Richards, 11-2, didn't make the All-Star team. He is pitching a masterpiece early on. in Anaheim. No score. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Seattle Mariners and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Seattle Mariners. Felix Hernandez dueling with Garrett Richards, who's been perfect through 5 innings. And Felix has been very good himself through 4, giving up 1 hit, a leadoff double to Trout in the 4th. He stranded him there. Felix has struck out 4, walked 2.
Yeah, and you look at it, 59 pitches through 4 innings. Nothing wrong with that. Felix right where he should be. But Richards, 49 pitches through 5 innings.
Perfect through 5. Albert Pujols, boy, he's been kept busy. 3 assists and 6 putouts already. Here's David Freese to lead it off. He walked in the 2nd. Back-to-back walks by Felix, a rarity. Hadn't seen that since last year against Texas.
But on the other side, too, Felix getting out of the jam, a leadoff double by Trout and able to pitch his way out of it. One of the best at that.
And he got the double play in the 2nd inning.
He was fortunate on that. That ball was hit right on the button again.
Defensive placement.
Yeah, defensive placement. But I think the other thing with Felix, and we've talked about it, 1st, 2nd inning, he's still kind of feeling his way through it. And sometimes you'll see him give up a couple of runs early, and then he'll shut it down after that. So that's the break that he needed, and now it looks like he's in pretty good shape again.
Good looking pitch, 2-2.
Give you an idea how good both of these pitchers are and just the stuff that they have. I've been watching closely with Alfonso Marquez, and I think that he's called a fair strike zone tonight. Pitches that are borderline off the plate, he's not giving it to these guys. If they were getting those pitches, it would be over. Another strikeout for Felix. Good changeup.
That is the 5th strikeout for Felix as we check out our Seattle City Light power play. And both these guys, they're totally dialed in. Aaron Richards perfect through the first 5 innings.
Well, there's a pitch to Cano, and you can see the spin on that ball. He has a 4-seam grip on it, and it's just been cutting all over the place. And Felix he has the great changeup again tonight, and able to locate his fastball.
Strike 1 to Navarro. With a hard liner right to Brad Miller. He's able to double up Howie Kendrick in the 2nd inning. Ended that threat by the Angels. High fly ball, left center field for Jones. 2 away. 5 in a row retired by Felix. That'll bring up Chris Iannetta. He struck out on a 1-2 pitch to start the 3rd inning. Five strikeouts, 2 walks. Felix has given up 1 hit. Only hit in the ball game. 4th inning leadoff double to left center by Mike Trout. There you go for Felix. 11 out of 17. Glad you're up here, Red.
Yeah, it's a good night to be up here. I was talking to Mark Langston before the game, and that's what I told him. This is one of those days, especially if you're a right-handed hitter, you're hoping to not see your name in the lineup card.
Man, 1 and 2. See you later. Couple of strikeouts in the inning, half a dozen for the ball game. This is a beauty. Felix and Garrett Richards, no score to the 6th. Things over. Felix with 6 strikeouts, allowing just 1 hit so far as we check out our Geico This State and MLB history after 4 ceiling tiles dropped nearly 180 feet. Final plate officials closed the Kingdome in Seattle due to the mishap. Mariners embarked on a 22-day road trip, which would be cut short by the players' strike in 1994. You were there. Your laundry bill was how much?
Mariners picked it up, actually.
But you were glad to write it up and hand it in, weren't you?
No doubt about that. It was kind of a scary situation because they had some sort of leak through the roof that weighed those tiles down, and we were actually on the field stretching when a couple of them fell into the stands, and that's when they shut everything down and sent us out on the road.
First base hit by the Mariners, breaks up the perfecto, a gapper by Ackley. He's into second with a leadoff double here in the 6th inning. His 16th double of the season. And the Mariners have something brewing here in the 6th.
Number 5, Brad Miller.
Well, Richards missed with the first pitch, and Dustin was ready for the fastball. And it was a fastball right in the middle of the plate at 96 miles an hour. If you take a look at our McDonald's Supermo, looks like the two-seam fastball runs right back out over the plate, and Dustin lines it into left center field.
Miller can pick him up. Red today grounded out to short. Garrett Richards retired the first 15 men that he faced.
It was a leadoff double by Trout in the 4th inning. Felix was able to pitch his way out of that inning.
He had a no-no going through 3. Showed bunt.
No,
and he did go.
Yeah,
check down to Sid Barrett. 1-2. And hard, Pujols again for Albert, his 7th putout. He's got 3 assists, but down to 3rd as Miller gets his job done. Ackley at 3rd with 1 out. Join the Mariners 2015 lineup by making a deposit on season tickets. Reserve a great spot right now. Just $100 per seat. What's more, when you make a deposit, you're going to have the chance to test drive season ticket locations this season and experience Mariners season ticket holder benefits, including access to special events, discounts, and more. For more info, visit mariners.com/15. RBI opportunity for Jesus Sucre, flying out to center. Infield, comes in close. And he gets it done! 1-0 Mariners, Jesus Sucre! 1-0 Seattle.
Couple of mistakes in the inning by Garrett Richards, and the Mariners taking advantage of it. Ackley with the double on a fastball, a 1-0 fastball in the middle of the plate, and this is a hanging breaking ball, one of the few that he's left up in the zone, and Sucre ready to swing it. Wanted to put the ball in play early, good idea, and he gets a base hit, solid base hit in the left field to drive in the first run of the ball game.
Jesus with his first RBI of the season. Here's Jones, he struck out twice today. Shows bunt and takes ball 1. So Jesus Sucre, playing in his 3rd game, gets his 2nd hit of the season, his first RBI. Ball 2 to Jones.
With where David Freese is playing at 3rd and Jones showing bunt, if he's going to bunt, I think he wants to take it out to the second baseman, Howie Kendrick, take it with him.
Strike 2-1. Leadoff double by Ackley. Productive out by Brad Miller, pulling it down to the first baseman Pujols. Gets Ackley to second. An RBI single by Jesus Sucre. Popped it up. Catcher Chris Iannetta makes the play. 2 outs.
Right fielder.
They'll bring up Stephen Romero. He's lined out to center, taking a called third strike.
.97-mile-an-hour fastball at the top of the strike zone. And you could see him running, trying to take that bunt with him, and ended up fouling it back.
Is that a play? Richards gets Sucre now running threat. Breaking ball, fouled off.
Another hanging curveball. Similar pitch to the one that Sucre was able to get his base hit on.
Jesus Sucre has accounted for the only run so far in this ballgame. A run on 2 hits for the Mariners, no runs on 1 hit for the Angels. For the breaking ball again, missed 1-2. Trying to find it on that breaking ball, not working right now. 2-2.
You can see him continuing to wipe on his pants. It looks like that breaking ball is just slipping out of his hand.
Two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Sucre at first. Romero could keep it going. You got Cano on deck. Lead off. That runs full.
Another pitch that is close, just off the outside corner. But again, Alfonso Marquez, the home plate umpire, hasn't given either pitcher that pitch tonight.
Three and 2. Sucre takes off. Pitch swung on and popped up. Pujols does not have a play. 2 rows back. Three and 2. Sucre runs. Pitch. Breaking ball hit him. Mariners with 2 outs. Runners at first and second.
Second baseman, number 22,
And brings up Cano. And coming out for conversation, pitching coach Mike Butcher. And here's pitch running in. Again, having trouble with that breaking ball.
Not a lot of bite to it.
Romero on the tricep.
So he was cruising along, but now 17 pitches in the inning, pushing his pitch count up to 66. And Mike Butcher, the pitching coach, doing the right thing, trying to buy him a lot of time. going to talk to him a little about some of those breaking balls on the outside corner, I'm sure. Trying to find a baseball that he likes.
Jared Richards retired the first 15 men that he's faced, and then runs into trouble here in the 6th, and Robinson Cano trying to add to that trouble right now with 2 on and 2 outs. Robbie 0 for 2 with a ground out to Pujols and a strikeout. Strike 1 to Robbie. You got one, you might as well get some more. RBI by Sucre has the Mariners in front. Felix, no runs on 1 hit. He struck out 6, walked 2 so far. Right to the shortstop, McDonald. Throws over, and that'll do it. But a sweet moment for Jesus Sucre. His first RBI of the season, his second hit of the season, and it was a big one as he picks up Dustin Ackley. Doubled, moved to third on the productive out by Brad Miller, and it gives the Mariners a 1-0 lead. Sixth inning by the Mariners as we take a look at a Columbia Bank difference in the ball game in this 1-0 lead. Here's how it happened. Ackley jumped on a first pitch, first base runner, first base hit against Richards. Brad Miller pulls the ball to Pujols. Ackley gets over to third easily, and Jesus Sucre first pitch a hanger, and he banged it into left field for a base hit. And the Mariners have a 1-0 lead here in Anaheim. Felix Hernandez, 6 strikeouts, giving up just 1 hit, leadoff double to left center field by Mike Trout in the 4th, and he's walked 2. He's got the lead, and he's going to face the veteran John McDonald at shortstop tonight, Cole Calhoun and Mike Trout. 9-1-2, breaking ball in there for strike 1. McDonald, he struck out on 3 pitches in the 3rd inning. Guy Bark, groin injury. Left last night's game, that pitch off the plate. 1-1. Time granted. Mariners 6-7 in the month of July. 6-4 on the season series against the Angels. 1-1 pitch. Slipped out of his hand. 2-1. Mariners wrap up this brief road trip tomorrow and then come home. Face the Mets for 3, Baltimore for 4. Chop foul. 2-2.
Next pitch will be 75 for Felix. So 74 pitches, 49 strikes.
A bite on that pitch. Again, Felix superlatives. Love reading this stuff. American League ERA leader, second in innings pitched, third road ERA, tied for second with Yu Darvish. Strikeouts entering tonight. Second to Richards in batting average against. Tied for second in wins. Sixth in strikeouts per 9. And on it goes. Here's a 2-2. Got him in chase. Sucre gives himself a good throwing angle. Throws down to Morrison. Back-to-back strikeouts, 7 on the night for Felix.
And it looks like another changeup from Felix, pitched down in the dirt. And it is. It's interesting. You read those numbers, Dave, and you think about the first half that Felix has had. And obviously, you take a look at the calendar, but I think go back to his Cy Young Award and what he did in the second half of that year. This could be scary what he has in store for everybody as you take a look at our Sleep Country USA calendar. But he's been special.
Well-earned start for the American League in the All-Star game. Beach ball, and Jonesy dunks it over the fence with the left hand out in center field, which he didn't see. Hopefully that's our only beach ball stoppage for tonight. Top of the order, here's Cole Calhoun. 7 strikeouts for Felix, 2 walks, giving up no runs on 1 hit. Calhoun tonight has taken a cold third strike and bounced out the shortstop. There's the Mariners' defensive setup. 1-1. Mariners along the infield to get Seager, Miller, Cano, and Morrison. Third base over to first. In the outfield, Ackley, Jones, and Romero. Left to right, and Sucre behind the plate. 2-1.
Just 3 base runners for the Angels tonight. Felix giving up the 1 hit and the back-to-back walks in the second inning. That's been it.
Two. Calhoun didn't like that call.
It's a good pitch, right at the bottom of the strike zone. I tell you, as hitters, a lot of times you don't like the call, Dave, but more importantly, it's because you can't hit it.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well said. 2-2. Man, I keep going back to that fastball that Cano swung and missed in the 4th inning. I mean, it was a perfect spike. You can't draw it any better.
No.
The fastball down and in.
And as you look at it, it's a 4-seam grip for Garrett Richards. Slow curveball for Felix. It's a 4-seam grip for Richards on that cut fastball. And talking to a number of the people that follow the Angels and watch them all the time, he doesn't try to cut it on purpose. He's not sure when he's going to cut it. It's just really his release point. If he gets way out in front of it, his hand has a tendency to get around it a little bit. And the amazing thing to me is he's still able to throw it with the velocity that he throws it at, because most of the time you see guys throw cutters. The Mariners have a number of them out in their bullpen that throw cutters. They're usually going to lose about 3 miles an hour off their fastball.
In deep to left center field. Long run by Ackley. He's got it tracked. He's on the track up against the fence. Makes the catch. 2 down. Two away here in the 6th. It'll bring up Mike Trout. Nice play by Ackley. Gets a salute from Felix. Brings up Mike Trout as the only Angels hit. a horrid double left center field. That was leading off in the 4th inning.
Interesting note on Trout. He had his base hit on a 3-2 pitch. Here's another number for you, Dave. On 3-2 counts this year, the league against Felix, 4 for 51. That is amazing.
Man.
He's walked the batter 13 times in that game. That is something.
Always important number there, 13 out of 20 for Felix. 1-1 to Mike Trout, 2 out, nobody on. Right down Broadway, 1-2. Center cut. See where they try to attack him here. Want something up. Too high. 2-2. There's the All-Star MVP award won by Mike Trout Tuesday night. All-Star against All-Star, time call. Here we go, 2-2. Hey, struck him out, and let's see, is that a foul ball? Nope, he missed it. Tag applied by Sucre, inning over. 8 strikeouts for Felix Hernandez. Got a 1-hit shutout through 6 and looking good. Trout swings through. Mariners lead 1-0. Mariners here in Anaheim. RBI by Jesus Sucre in the 6th inning. As a reminder that there's an affordable family fun at every BECU family night this season. Pick up select view level tickets for only $10. The next event coming up Monday at 7:10. It's against the Mets, so get your seats for the family right now at Mariners.com. Warm to be wearing the old beard hat, 73 degrees, but rocking it with pride here in Anaheim. That'll be Kyle Seager, Logan Morrison, and Corey Hart here in the 7th inning against Garrett Richards. Garrett perfect through the first 15 hitters, first 5 innings. He gave up a leadoff double to Ackley. He was moved to third, ground out by Miller, and scored on a Sucre base hit. Up high to Kyle. He's 0 for 2, a couple of ground outs.
Garrett Richards throwing 19 pitches in the 6th inning. His next pitch will be 70 in the game for him. Started to lose some command of his curveball last inning. Good pitch at the bottom of the strike zone.
1-1 to Kyle.
Mariners able to take advantage of it. Biggest one was the hanging curveball to Sucre. Pitch that he hit in the left field to drive in the 1 run of the ball game.
1-1. Chasing. All on 2 strikes. One and 2. Well, he's still having problems. Fouled off by Kyle.
He's working here in the 7th, and he still has a good fastball, but he's not at the velocity that he was at for the first 4 innings of the game, 5 innings. Seen more 95s and 96s. Early on, it was a lot of 98s from him.
Drive to left. Backing up Navarro, makes the play. 1 out here in the Mariners' 7th and a 1-0 lead. They're waiting in traffic and paying for parking every day as Bush League. Step up to Sound Transit today. Visit soundtransit.org for details. 1 out brings up Logan Morrison. Twice grounded out to Pujols at first base. And a breaking ball for strike 1. Boy, it's amazing how he's lost to had it early and now.
Yeah, it's a better feel for his slider. That was the first pitch. He was able to get it for a strike, but his curveball. And we showed it early in the game because he pulls down on it so hard. It's a hard 12-6 curveball, but right now it looks like it's just slipping out of his hand.
1-1. 2-1. Chris Iannetta going out to chat with him. Pass along a piece of information.
We'll take a look at a McDonald Supermo. If you look at this pitch, that was the cut fastball, 96 miles an hour. And again, he has a 4-seam grip on it.
2-1 to Lomo. 2-2. Marson looking to break an 0 for his last 8. Full count.
Seems to be more frustrated with the baseball.
Absolutely.
Keeps changing the baseball. Just cannot get a good grip on it. And missing badly with that last breaking ball.
And 2. And he'll take his walk. First walk issued tonight by Garrett Richards. Comes with 1 out here in the 7th. Sets it up for Corey Hart.
Designated hitter
Corey tonight lined out the Pujols and grounded out the shortstop. Just grounded out the shortstop in the fifth. 15th consecutive hitter retired out of the gate by Garrett Richards. Strike one.
And again, a better feel for the slider. Good slider right off the outside corner.
You always said Pudge was the best at that. Who was the next couple, three guys in that list?
Well, Pudge is, yeah, he was the separator and had such a great arm. Quick feet, too. There are a number of guys that could throw down there. I thought Danny was pretty good at it. Didn't do it a lot, but when he did, his timing on it was real good. Wow, good fastball on the outside corner.
Corey's gone. Fifth strikeout. First since the fourth inning for Richards. 2 away here in the seventh.
Take a look at this last pitch. All three pitches on the outside corner. Another cutter. Somebody I know that you can appreciate. Tony Pena was really good at it.
Tony, another guy, quick feet. And a lot of times he was one of those guys that sit down low and, especially with lefties up, throw behind that hitter. This is playable for Freeze. And that'll do it for the Mariners. They get a base runner via the walk, Logan Morrison, but that's it. We go to the bottom of the seventh and a 1-0 Mariner lead. Washington's lottery and the Department of Imagination. What would you do if you won? We've got a beautiful night for baseball here in Anaheim. Angel Stadium. The Mariners lead it 1-0. They were getting perfectoed, if you will, by Garrett Richards through 5 innings, but then they rose up into 6. Got an RBI single by Jesus Sucre. After Dustin Ackley doubled and Brad Miller moved into third on a ground out. Felix Hernandez, well, he's been Felix Hernandez. He struck out 8 through 6. No runs on 1 hit. The 1 hit a leadoff double by Mike Trout in the 4th inning. And that's it. Here in the home 7th, Pujols, Hamilton, and Kendrick, 3, 4, and 5 for the Angels. Angels have won 6 in a row, 9 of 10, and here at home they've won 22 of their last 23. Albert tonight's grounded out to third, grounded out to short. Stand away from Albert. 2-0.
Felix now at 90 pitches for the game. The season high is 116, and that came against these Angels the last time that he pitched against them. There you can see 90.
And out in the Mariner bullpen, they're just watching. Tied him up. Could not stop that swing. 2-2.
Good running fastball in on his hands.
Full count. Felix has walked two. There were back-to-back walks back in the second inning. Got out of it with a double play to end the inning. Not walked anybody since. On deck is Josh Hamilton, who's 0 for 2 with 2 ground outs, 2 KO. Payoff to Albert. Albert off his foot.
Another changeup in the 3-2 count. One of the things that's impressive with Felix too is we showed the last outing against the A's when he was really dominant. In this one, the Angels again second in hitting, first in runs scored, second in doubles, fourth in triples, fourth in home runs, and second in on base percentage. Give you an idea of how good he has been in the game tonight and in the first half.
Last 6 games in Anaheim, Felix a 2-0 record of 3.75 ERA. There's a 3-2 pitch. Foul. Signed a mega contract, long-term contract, come over here to Anaheim from St. Louis. They put up Hall of Fame numbers. Felix trying to get him here, 3-2. Back up this way.
Good battle. This will be the 9th pitch of this at bat coming up.
Eight strikeouts, 2 walks, no runs on 1 hit. The ledger on Felix Hernandez tonight. 3-2 to Albert again. Bounce foul.
This is something that Felix and the Mariners did not want to see, long at bats. 10th pitch coming up to Pujols. Felix now at 96 pitches.
Ball. Wow.
Yeah, good curveball. He's throwing everything that he has at him. A number of change-ups, some good fastballs on the corner, and that last pitch, the curveball down out of the strike zone.
Test the Wills. Three and 2. Walked in. 3rd walk issued by Felix. It leads off the 7th, tying runs aboard. Here's Tom Glasgow. All right, Tom, thank you. Brings up Josh Hamilton against Felix. 0 for 2, couple of ground outs. Both to Robinson Cano. And Kyle Seager on the right side of the infield now. Brad Miller manning the shortstop position. Ball 1. Mariners lead 1-0. Jesus Sucre getting the start behind the dish tonight, coming up big. His first RBI of the season, his 2nd hit of the season since being recalled from Tacoma. Ackley led off the 6th inning with a double to left center field, moved to 3rd on the Brad Miller ground out.
And more importantly, he's done a pretty good job with Felix tonight. Felix only stepping off, I think, 2 times in the game, so they've been on the same page for the most part.
Cano, as he often does, will come in. A few words of encouragement. A little chop bust in there, get a little laugh. He's run 3 pitches away from Hamilton.
And we're starting to get some action out in the bullpen.
Howie Kendrick on deck. You got Medina and Beimel starting to heat up. 3-0 green light, fouled it into Sucre's glove, 3-1. Barrel of action. And back-to-back walks. Second time it's happened in the ball game.
Only 2 times this year.
That's right. And some hot water here for Felix in the 7th inning and 1-0 lead.
And Rick Waits, the pitching coach, making a trip out to the mound. Felix now at 103 pitches. Long at bat to Pujols. Give Felix a chance to collect himself a little bit and the bullpen to get ready. And Beimel and Medina ready in the pen.
Twice tonight, Felix has had back-to-back walks. Last time he went back-to-back walks in a ballgame, August 17th last year against Texas, game in which he walked 5. Another good crowd here in Anaheim, 44,231 as you look at Felix's line. 44,231, number 1 in attendance in the American League are the Angels. Nobody out. Runners at first and second for Howie Kendrick, who's walked and struck out tonight. Up the middle. A little hesitation there. A lot of hesitation. Errant throw. Pujols coming to the plate. He's in there safely. Hamilton to third. Cano looked at Miller. Miller looked at Cano. All kinds of confusion in a tie ball game at 1-1.
There will be an error on Brad. But you're right. Ball right over the mound, going over second base. I think Cano was going to the bag for the double play. And he stopped early, and Brad, ball was on the other side, the second base side of it. Tried to make a play, didn't have anything there, ended up throwing it away from his knees. Take another look at it. Yeah, Brad, he thought Cano was going to try to backhand it.
There they go.
Boy, oh boy.
I'll say they go base hit and E6. Tie ball game.
Error on the run score.
You bet. Runners at the corners. Nobody out. The hitter's David Freese will walk in a strikeout for him tonight. Ball 1. Pitch. Gray blocks it. Freeze in the driver's seat right now, 2-0.
The Mariners have been one of the better defensive clubs in the first half of the season, and That seemed more of just a communication problem more than anything on that ground ball back up the middle. Both players almost pulling up on the ball at the same time.
2-0. Back with a strike. This run that the Angels have been on, they've gotten every little break just like that. No indecision between defenders. 1 on 2 hits and an error for the Mariners. 1 on 2 hits, no errors for the Angels. Mariners have left 3 men aboard, 2 for the Angels. 2-1 count here to Freeze. Bouncing ball, Seager. And they've got Hamilton hung up. And Seager will tag him out. Down to second was Howie Kendrick. Fielder's choice, Freeze on board. Hamilton's retired.
There you go. Right to Kyle Seager. Hamilton, he takes off, and the reason why he takes off is he doesn't want the double play. It's a good base running move on his part. Kyle able to tag him out quickly. Kendrick has to stay at second base because of the rundown. But Hamilton, you can see a little bit of hesitation right there. And he knew that that was a double play ball, so he decided to take off. And Kyle making the right play in a tie ball game. Don't let the run score if you don't turn it. So Felix will have to get another batter.
Efren Navarro lined out to shortstop. Fly to center. So runners at first and second now for the Angels with 1 out. And the walks put you in trouble, don't they?
They do. We were talking about it earlier when Felix had the back-to-back walks. There were 1 out when he walked the back-to-back batters, and he's been so good tonight. The one thing you don't want to do is help him out. Then you go ahead and walk 2 and make an error in the inning, and you have a tie ball game. And still needs to get 1 more out.
Slow roller. Morrison flips to Felix. Runners move up 2 away. Look at the eyes here as we go back to the ground ball up the middle. And watch Miller.
They'll both pull up at the same time. He sees Cano coming on the backhand side, and the ball is on the right side of second base, but Cano was playing more towards the hole. And then at the last minute, Brett lunges for, which is a good play to keep it on the infield. Probably should not have thrown this. Like Kendrick would have beat it out. Would have been better off just to eat it.
2 outs. Go ahead run at third. Runners at second and third. Here's Chris Iannetta. Felix is striking him out swinging twice. Both on 1-2 pitches.
Angels 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position tonight. Infield hit on the play we just showed you.
Sixth man to the plate here in Iannetta. One, two.
And it looks like this will be the last inning for Felix. He is now at 112 pitches.
Felix has walked 4 tonight. One of the runners has scored. That's here in this inning, Albert Pujols. Ahead of Iannetta, 0-2. Sucre,
wow.
Fine play. That pitch went about 57 feet.
I hit him high up on the chest protector, maybe even a piece of his collarbone. Bounced so far out in front of home plate, 92 miles an hour. And the trainer and Lloyd McClendon coming out of the dugout. Take another look at it. Barely clears the grass.
Mask in the collarbone area.
Well, look when he was moving, that the chest protector did move up for him a little bit to help protect that area. Rick Griffin, the head trainer, is going to take a look at him and make sure. He's all right.
Mike Zunino did the marathon last night. He and Hank Conger, with their respective teams, went 16 innings. Sucre and Iannetta getting their chances tonight. Here they are. Big spot, 1-2. 2 out, 2 on. Swing and a miss. He strikes out Iannetta for the third time to end more damage in the 7th. A run on a hit, and there are 2 left. Tie ball game at 1-1. Numbers are run on 2 hits. Dave Sims, Mike Blowers, Root Sports Crew. We bring in our senior baseball analyst, Bill Kruger. Bill, your thoughts on what these 2 starters have done here so far tonight? Bill, thanks so much, and we look forward to more of your analysis on the postgame show. Brad Miller leading off here in the 8th.
Yeah, bat against Pujols that he's talking about, 10 pitches. It's quite a battle. That was leading the inning off.
Brad 0 for 2. And behind 0-2, there's ball 1, 1-2.
Well, the bullpen has sat down. We'll see if once there's an out, the guys had to be ready. They might just be taking a little bit of a break. If there's an out and you see him get up, then we'll know what's going on with Felix.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Brad Miller, Jesus Sucre, and James Jones, 8, 9, and 1 for the Mariners. Strike 3 called. Strikeout number 6. Garrett Richards away here in the 8th.
Another breaking ball. Able to catch the outside corner.
Brings up Jesus Sucre, counted for the Mariners' only run with an RBI single in the 6th.
Richards now at 90 pitches. And over this latest run over his last 8 games, Mike Scioscia has not been afraid to let him go. 119, 113, 115, and 110. 109 in his last outing.
Just joining us, Richards out of the gate. Retired the first 15 men that he faced. He was perfect through 5 before giving up a leadoff double to Ackley in the 6th.
Medina up in the pen again.
Chasing up high. Another strikeout for Richards. Two outs here in the 8th. That's 7 Ks. The young man who now lives in Edmond, Oklahoma.
He's had a good fastball tonight, and you can see top 5 fastball velocities. 96.2. He leads the way. Leads the way for the Angels. The rest of them are relievers out in the bullpen.
Tough night for Jones. 2 strikeouts and fouled out to the catcher on a bunt attempt. And quickly behind 0-2.
He has seen his share of breaking balls tonight from Richard.
Richard struck out the side in the 4th, getting Jones, Romero, and Cano. Jones fouls this one away. Another slippage of the breaking ball. One and 2 to Jones. Wow. That really got away. 2-2.
Take a look at this last fastball. Throws it all the way to the backstop. 96 miles an hour. And Iannetta not able to get his glove up in time.
Two and 2 to Jones. 2 outs, nobody on. Breaking ball hit the other way. That's a base hit. Jones out of the box hard. Decides to go to second, and he is out. A slight hesitation rounding first. Lloyd McClendon bolting out of the dugout. He's going out to second base.
Take a look at the slide. He pulls his hand back. I'm not sure that he was able to get his left hand in there in time. He tried to pull his hand back to take away from the tag. Still looked like he was able to tag him up in the chest before his left hand touched the base.
Adam Omari, the second base umpire. And Lloyd McClendon. We got the thumbs down. They're just not going to challenge that. That'll do it for the Mariners in the 8th in this 1-1 game. position, chance to maybe get the lead to the Mariners. He's thrown out at second for the third out, ending the top half of the eighth inning. Here's another look.
We'll take a look at his slide. He'll try to pull his hand back, his right hand back, to avoid the tag and sneak his hand in there, but he clearly is tagged out before he's able to get his left hand in. And let's take a look at the line for Felix. He was great tonight. 7 innings, 2 hits, 1 run. It was unearned. 4 walks for him. Again, just 25 walks on the season coming into this game. 9 strikeouts. He threw 114 pitches, 74 of them, 4 strikes. And Medina will take over for Felix.
So Felix's ERA goes from 2.12 to 2.02. Came in as the leader in ERA in the American League. Here's Jarvis Medina.
2.20 ERA for him, 31 strikeouts, 15 walks on the season. Opponents hitting 175 against Medina. Good fastball at 95. Also throw a hard slider.
He's going to get 9, 1, and 2. John McDonald to lead off. Cole Calhoun and Mike Trout. Oh, and hitting.
Not the way he wanted to start.
Not
the leadoff hitter.
Yay. Go ahead and run it first. So Medina, third time he's hit a batter this season.
And this is on the first pitch he throws coming out of the bullpen. 95-mile-an-hour fastball with some run to it. They hit McDonald right in the belt buckle. Back to the top of the order in Calhoun. Calhoun 0 for 3 tonight.
Last time up, he sent Ackley to the track in deep left center field.
Seager playing in at third, expecting a bunt.
Medina pitched in last night's marathon, a third of an inning, gave up a hit. Offered at the bunt. Strike 1. One pitch, Seager creeping in at third, throw over to first.
Mike Trout waiting on deck. But this whole series, we're late in this game. Last night we saw it runs at a premium. Well, we saw it before the break. You and I were talking about it going into that Oakland series right before the break, and then this one right after that.
Yep.
Runs were going to be tough.
Oakland number 1 in ERA, Mariners number 2, and Angels starting tonight moved up to number 4 in the American League.
Kyle Seager well in on the grass at third. Medina's first 2 pitches away from Calhoun. I'd like for him to stay right out there, make it a little bit tougher. He's trying to bunt it to the first base side, but if it's away from him, he might have to bunt it to Seager, and Seager will have a chance to get a lead runner, McDonald, at second, if he bunts it firmly. See the location of the first 2 pitches.
0-1. Runner goes. Swung on. Here's Morrison. Going to get the lead runner, and they get him. Lomo with a huge defensive play. One away.
Key to it is he didn't hesitate at all. Went right to second base. I'll be curious to see if we get a better angle from Morrison to see what kind of angle he has to throw the ball to second, because this is right in the baseline. Looks like he throws it right over the shoulder of McDonald, right when he goes into the slide, and Brad doing the right thing. Medina a little bit slow, getting over to first base, but a strong throw just getting McDonald, and Brad deciding not to throw it.
That's huge.
Medina late. It looked like he was watching the play.
Calhoun on the board via the fielder's choice. Outstanding throw by Morrison to get the lead runner McDonald for the first out. There's Mike Trout.
Kyle Seager playing towards the line at third. All the outfielders playing right in front of the warning track, trying to keep him from hitting a double. You don't want that run to score from first base. All the outfielders deep. They would be playing deep with Trout anyway, but probably, I don't know, probably 5 or 8 feet deeper than normal.
Easily. 1-0 to Trout. Trout 1 for 4 with 2 strikeouts against Medina. Back safely is Calhoun. 3 out of 5 in base stealing.
Joe Beimel had been getting loose in the pen. He looks like he's ready. He's standing on the mound out in the bullpen watching. So he's ready to go. You have Pujols and then Hamilton.
Two-0 pitch. Back safely.
The Angels have a stolen base tonight. Howie Kendrick stole second base in the second inning.
Playable, popped it up. Cano's going back. Another big out. 2 outs in the 8th with a man aboard in this 1-1 game. Fans follow every Mariners game with MLB.com at bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. With live look-ins, instant replay, score stats, audio, free MLB.tv game of the day, and more. Download from the App Store or visit Mariners.com today. 2 outs. Calhoun at first for Albert Pujols. 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Ball 1 to Pujols. 10-pitch at bat. Drew a walk in the 7th and then scored on a throwing error by Brad Miller. Unearned run for the Angels, tied it at 1-1. Sucre put the Mariners on the board. A 1-0 lead in the 6th. Gets away from Sucre. Calhoun plus speed gets down to second easily. A wild pitch. Now a 2-0 count for Pujols. Calhoun out at second, 2 outs.
Well, they'll put him on now with the 2-0 count. And we'll see if Lloyd McClendon goes to get Joe Beimel, the lefty, to pitch to Hamilton, who's on deck.
Popping out, wants his left-hander, Joe Beimel. They've been together before back in, they were both in Pittsburgh. Beimel's going to take over, 2 outs, 2 on. Here in the 8th inning in a 1-1 ball game in Anaheim. And 2 outs here in the 8th inning. Make sure you join us Tuesday during the Mets and Mariners game for Twitter Tuesday. And for an extra chance at winning, sign up for the Root Sports eConnect by visiting rootsports.com, where we're going to post an exclusive Twitter Tuesday question. For giveaway rules, visit us at rootsports.com.
Josh Hamilton due up. Joe Beimel on the mound. Joe has pitched well for the Mariners this year. A 1.48 ERA for Beimel, 17 strikeouts, 11 walks. Opponent's hitting .241 against him. Hamilton 0 for 2, grounded out the second a couple of times and walked.
So Joe Beimel, his task here to get the 3rd out, retire Josh Hamilton with a couple of men aboard. Hamilton 0 for 1 against the sloop Joe B. Hamilton with 2 outs, runners in scoring position, 5 for 20 on the season. .351 hitter, though, against left-handed pitching. Ball 1.
Saw Charlie Furbush last night strike him out. Threw him a good slider off the plate away. Beimel does not throw as hard as Charlie. Missed with that first pitch breaking ball.
1-0 to Hamilton. Fly ball center field, backing up Jones, plenty of room. Nice job by Joe Beimel. 2 pitches, retires Hamilton. Threat dives right there. We go to the 9th in a 1-1 game. Brother, sister-in-law, and nephew Mariner fans here at the ball game. There he is with his Mariner cap off to the 10 o'clock side like Fernando Rodney as we look at Houston Street making his Angels debut, team last night from San Diego. Prospect Trevor Gott, and they send 4 minor leaguers down the 5 to San Diego. And Houston Street has had a good career. He's been a closer for Oakland and Colorado and San Diego. Over the course of his career, 10 years, he's got 258 saves. Obviously not a save situation tonight. But getting his feet wet, first action as an Angel.
He really pitched well for the Padres this year. ERA just over 1. 34 strikeouts in 33 innings. Only walked 7 batters. Opponents hitting 158 against him. He did give up 3 home runs. Not a hard thrower. He'll be in the low 90s. Typically, he just wants to work off the edges of the plate, try to expand the zone.
He's a guy that we have always marveled over the years. He barely makes contact with that rubber. All the movement he has.
Little slide step.
Yeah.
He looks fine when he's standing out there, but when he starts, he'll slide his foot all the way across. And at times, I'm not sure that he is having contact with it.
Romero, Cano, and Seager, 2, 3, 4 for the Mariners. And he's ahead 0-2, Houston Street. He's averaged 32 saves per year in his 10-year career. Long run for Trout. He outruns it all the way. Houston Street getting his number 16, which had been worn by Hank Conger, the backup catcher. Hank switched to number 24. C.J. Cron was sent out. Here's Cano. 0 for 3 tonight. Having 4 for 6 last evening. Started today as the leading hitter in the American League.
Brandon Maurer getting loose in the pen.
Smothered by the third baseman Freeze, out number 2. 2 away in the Mariners' 9th. Kyle Seager's going to be the hitter. It's fireworks show like no other. Set the classic sing-along songs like Bon Jovi's Living on a Prayer and Journey's Don't Stop Believing. It's coming up next Friday. Second of 3 spectacular summer fireworks show at Safeco Field. It's going to follow the Mariners-Orioles game, and make sure you make plans to light up the sky with your voice when you grab tickets for the family at Mariners.com. Quick 2 outs in the 9th. Kyle Seager. Strike 1. Down low. How about the Orioles leading the Athletics 7-4, top of the 8th. 9th inning. Heroics by Josh Donaldson, walk-off homer last evening for Oakland. Oh, 2 strikes to Cobb. Hardy Mariner fans here in the building. Some fans are lucky enough to get some K cards and T-shirts handed out by Camden Finney from the marketing department, who's down here enjoying the ball game. Two and two. Nice hot night to be wearing that ski cap and a beard. 2-2. Mariners got their run in the 6th inning. RBI by Jesus Sucre, his first of the season. Garrett Richards was scintillating, starting the ball game, perfect through the first 5 innings.
Garrett Richards had 11 0-2 counts on the Mariners today. That's how good he was. Most of it coming early.
7 strikeouts. Kyle fouls one off. Felix struck out 9 in his 7 innings, gave up 2 hits. The run was not earned.
In those 11 0-2 counts, the Mariners 1 for 10.
Ouch.
They also hit a batter. 11 plate appearances.
Full count now to Seager. Morrison on deck. Houston Street. His Angels debut obtained last night from the Padres. The All-Star team did not appear in the ballgame. Seager serves it the opposite way for a base hit.
Beats the shift that the Angels had on.
Two-out base runner for the Mariners brings up Logan Morrison, looking for his first hit tonight. He's 0 for 2 with a walk.
Looks like a fastball running off the outside corner. Pitch is probably a ball away, too close to take for Kyle, and he just serves it into left field. Fernando Rodney starting to throw out in the pen. Brandon Maurer ready to go.
Seager with that base hit ended in 0 for 10. Lomo looking to get off the bad road as well. He's 0 for his last 8. One previous at bat for Logan against Houston Street, and he walked.
Angels deep in the outfield again, just in front of the warning track, trying to take the double away. Trout, the center fielder, shading towards right center.
One. Downed foul. Ball and 2 strikes to Morrison. Street's ready. 1-2. Struck him out. So good debut for Houston Street as an Angel. Gives up a base hit, strands the runner. We go to the home 9th in a 1-1 game. baseball on Root Sports, brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Money Tree, proud to make a donation to Mariners Care for every Mariners win. By Silver Reef Casino, I-5, exit 260, 4 minutes west. And by Honda. Get on a great deal on a new car you'll love at the Honda Summer Clearance Event. Here we go, bottom of the 9th inning. Howie Kendrick, David Freese, and Efren Navarro, the new pitcher for the Mariners in this 1-1 ball game. Their 4th pitcher of the night, Brandon Maurer.
Hard throwing right-hander for Maurer. 7 relief appearances, has yet to give up a run. Overall in the year, a 5.52 ERA for Maurer. An ERA for him high, but coming when he was starting earlier in the year.
Right.
As a reliever, he has really been good. See his fastball, 97, 98 miles an hour last night, topped out at 100.
One Howie Kendrick, followed by David Freese and Efren Navarro. Off the glove of Miller. Kendrick gonna dig for 2. He is in there. Hustling. Howie Kendrick gets a double to start the Angels' 9th inning.
Solid line drive off of Kendrick's bat. We'll see Brad go up, trying to time his jump. Goes right off the top of his glove. Take another look at it. Ball hit hard, and the good hustle by Kendrick. Again, the outfielders all playing deep, and the ball slowed down by going off the top of the glove of Miller. By the time Ackley, he was racing in right away. Didn't wait to see Brad going up to make the catch off the top of his glove. Good base running by Kendrick.
David Freese, the hitter. Strike one. This is one of the bigger spots. Game on the line that Brandon Maurer's been in. Freese tonight has walked, struck out, reached on a fielder's choice. That double by Kendrick, his 18th double.
Good fastball from Maurer at 97 miles an hour.
Blocked by Sucre, 1-2. On 2 strikes to Freese. 2-2.
Fastball at 98, just below the strike zone.
Two pitch. Strike 3 call.
That's just a perfect slider right there. Take a look at the EQC tracer where it's located. A perfect pitch from Maurer and a huge out for him. Angels now 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. We'll look at our McDonald's Supermo. Another look at the breaking ball. Down and away from Freese.
Punch out of Freese, and it brings up Efren Navarro. Last night in the 16th, man aboard at second base. He delivered the game winner, scoring Trout.
He was on a first pitch fastball. He hit it right back up the middle. Similar defense alignment. Miller maybe a little bit more towards the middle of the field, but Cano was playing him to pull. And he is again tonight.
Base hit he got last night was against Dominic Leone.
Boy, a good changeup from Maurer. Didn't get the call.
Morrow getting the start in left field tonight. Takes ball 2. One out. Howie Kendrick. Good speed at second. Two-0 pitch. Bounce foul.
Take a look at the base hit by Navarro. Right back up the middle. You can see where Cano was playing in the same spot tonight, expecting him to bowl the ball.
So 2-1 count now to Navarro. Winning run at second. One out. In there for strike 2. 2-2.
4 pitches, has not thrown him a fastball yet.
Through 2. Fouled off.
Iannetta waiting on deck. 3 strikeouts in the game for him.
Big pitch here at 2-2. Popped it up, it's playable. Seager is there for out number 2. Going to bring up Chris Iannetta, the catcher. Felix struck out for strikeout number 2, number 6, and number 9 on the evening.
Rick Waite's pitching coach making a trip out to the mound. And he's asking for the infielders to come in. He was looking out at Brad Miller to come in. Cano joining him on the mound. I would say they're probably going to change the signs. They go through a series of signs, and Howie Kendrick, the veteran out at second base, I think he wants to make sure that he's not tipping off any pitches. Maybe they saw something from the dugout, stealing some signs, so they'll switch them up.
Leadoff double by Kendrick. Freeze called out on strikes. Navarro popped out to Seager. 0 for 3 night for Iannetta. Nice pitch by Brendan Maurer, strike 1.
Talking a lot about his fastball. He's been 97 tonight, but his slider has really been a good pitch for him.
Strike 2. Iannetta 0 for 1 with a walk. 0 for 1 and a walk against Brandon Maurer. Maurer ahead right now. 1-2. The 0-2. Got him! A coming of age moment as a reliever for Brandon Maurer. High pressure situation in the 9th inning in a 1-1 game, and he comes up huge with a strikeout right here to send us into extra frames. Eighth inning coming up. Extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Back-to-back nights. Extra inning baseball for the Mariners here in Anaheim. How about the performance of Brendan Maurer in the old high leverage situation with the winning run at second base? What he did.
He made 3 perfect pitches to Iannetta to end the inning with a runner out there at second base. Kendrick at second. 0-2 pitch. That's exactly where he wanted to throw it, off the plate and down, get him to chase it. He was able to do it. Everybody aware now that Maurer comes in. He's 97, 98 miles an hour, and his slider was outstanding. Joe Smith will take over for the Angels. This will be his 46th appearance on the year. 3-0 record, 15 saves on the year. 47 strikeouts, 9 walks, Holmes hitting 194 off of Smith. Submariner does not throw hard, but will try to keep the ball on the ground.
Third pitcher tonight started Garrett Richards, 8 innings, a 3-hit, 1-run ball, a walk, a 7 Ks. Houston Street, 1 inning, 1 hit, and a strikeout. Now Joe Smith. Corey Hart to lead it off. Corey Hart, Dustin Ackley, and Brad Miller, 6, 7, and 8 for the Mariners.
Rodney getting loose in the pen again.
Bouncing ball down to Freeze. It was high, but no harm done. 1 away.
Left fielder, number 13, Dustin Ackley.
I'm going to bring up Dustin Ackley. Ackley 1 for 3. Had a leadoff double in the 6th inning. Scored the 1 run for the Mariners.
Mariners get their run after the Ackley double, moved to third on the Miller ground out, pulled it to the right side, and Jesus Sucre, first pitch swinging, delivered a base hit to left. That's the Mariners' only run tonight. They started out the game with Garrett Richards being perfect through 5 innings. Good job by Ackley to break it up. First pitch swinging in the 6th. Gapped one to left center field. One. Mariners in extra inning games are 2 and 3. The Angels are 6 and 4. Up the middle, base hit for Ackley. 2 for 4 night.
Shortstop, number 5.
1 out base runner for the Mariners brings up Brad Miller. He's 0 for 3.
And good speed on the bases for the Mariners. Ackley doesn't steal a lot of bases, but certainly capable. Well, on a base hit, he can certainly move around first to third, score on anything that's in a gap.
Slicing fly ball, left center field that Trout takes care of. 2 outs.
Catcher, number 2.
Bring up the hitting star for the Mariners. Jesus Sucre hitting 9th in the lineup. He's driven in the 1 run. Drove in Ackley back in the 6th inning.
Struck out on 3 pitches his last time up. That was in the 8th. Run behind the 6th. His first run batted in this season. And his 2nd hit since being called up. One to Jesus. Oh, 1 pitch. Way out front. No balls, 2 strikes. could not hold up. And Joe Smith gives up a base hit, nothing else in the 10th. For the Angels, they'll have McDonald, Calhoun, and Trout 9-1-2 in the 10th inning. Inning affair. Mariners and the Angels back-to-back ball games. 1-1 score. And Felix Hernandez, if you're just joining us, he turned in another outstanding outing.
He was exceptional again tonight. I'm sure he felt that he needed to be going up against Richards, who's been on a great run. But Felix, with the great changeup tonight, was able to locate his fastball. Threw some good curveballs and sliders also, but his changeup was the main pitch for Felix. 7 innings, 2 hits, 1 run. It was unearned.
Hey. Here's the play where the Angels got their run. A little indecision up the middle between Miller and Cano. Then a throwing error, and this allows Pujols. And he beats the throw there.
That's why it was an unearned run.
Yeah, back in the 7th inning. And now Felix ties Mike Scott with most consecutive starts with 7 innings and 2 or fewer runs.
Tom Seaver up next.
New pitcher right now for the Mariners. Aaron, turn your caps to 10 o'clock. Fernando Rodney.
Well, this is interesting because this is not a save opportunity. Obviously, it's a tie ball game. Maybe gives you a better indication on the kind of shape that the bullpen is in right now after last night's 16-inning game for Rodney to come in a tie ball game. 27 saves on the year, a 1.98 ERA, 42 strikeouts, 12 walks, opponents hitting .220 against him. Good fastball. He'll be 94 to 98 miles an hour. And, of course, the great changeup, 80, 81 miles an hour on the changeup. 9-1-2 due up for the Angels.
So let's see what gives here. John McDonald to lead off. He led off the 8th inning, was hit by a pitch. Then was erased on a terrific throw by first baseman Logan Morrison to get him on a force play at second base. Ball 1 from Rodney. Fernando with the Angels in 2010 and 11. Racked up 14 saves in 2010, 3 in 2011 before moving on to Tampa Bay, where he had the best 2 years of his career of 85 saves over a 2-year span.
Well, one of the things that I always do playing the Angels is when is Mike Trout due up? He's due up 3rd in this inning, so you really want to get the hitters out in front of him. Rodney falling behind quickly, 2-0 to McDonald.
McDonald 2 strikeouts and hit by a pitch tonight. First strike of the evening, thrown by Fernando. John McDonald getting this start. Eric Ibar, their everyday shortstop, pulled a groin muscle in last night's ball game. Three and one. Cole Calhoun, the leadoff man's on deck. Three-one pitch. And he is aboard with a walk. I'll bring up Cole Calhoun. He is 0 for 4 tonight. Strikeout looking, ground out to short. Deep fly ball left center field, run down by Ackley. And reached on a fielder's choice in the 8th inning. Seager, the third baseman, in on the grass. Sliced out of play. Nice catch by a fan down there. Reached up with 2 hands, made the play. There's a fan. Watch this. With 2 hands. Out of La Semana in the Dominican Republic. Got a 0-1 pitch. Provides a lot of good veteran presence down in that bullpen. Fernando Rodney had an outstanding first half, made the All-Star team. Swing and a miss. There's that vaunted changeup at 82. 0-2 count here to Calhoun.
First changeup we've seen from him so far. I'd be wondering, Calhoun, why he isn't bunting in this situation. And we saw him try to bunt earlier. He didn't look comfortable to it as you see him swing through this circle changeup from Rodney. And I think even if he gets the bunt down, Lloyd McClendon probably walks Trout. Mike Scioscia would probably like to see him hit here in this inning.
They ahead 0-2. And Sucre trying to get together here. McClendon's ball club in another 1-run game. Mariners are 11-15 in these affairs. Angels are 13-12. Two. Cano backflip to Miller for 1. Double play. Needed that. Second double play turned by the Mariners tonight.
And the good news with it is both McDonald and Calhoun run well. And this ball's hit firmly to Cano. Keeps McDonald off of Miller so he can make a strong throw to first. Good job by Brad to clear himself of the slide. Best fastball we've seen from Rodney at 96.
Trout's 1 for 3, couple of strikeouts against Fernando Rodney. 2 away here in the bottom of the 10th, a 1-1 ball game. A run on 5 hits, an error. 5 left by the Mariners. A run on 3 hits, no errors, and 7 left by the Angels. Trout ahead in the count, 2-0. Two balls and 1 strike. Trout MVP of the All-Star game on Tuesday. 1 for 4 tonight with a double in the 4th inning.
And Seager close to the line at third, and the outfielders all deep.
2-1 pitch. And on his hands.
Able to get him to chase at 95 miles an hour, well off the plate inside.
2-2. Rodney trying to get this to the 11th inning. Bounce it up there, full count. Albert Pujols awaits. He's on deck. So you go with something fastball, maybe belt high. Want to stay away from that low strike, low fastball?
I think Rodney probably will be away from him. They want to go away.
3-2. Back up this way.
See the location of that fastball. 96 miles an hour, outer third. Sucre set up right on the corner. That's what's so difficult about Trout is you don't want to walk him. With his speed, you want to keep him off the bases if you can, but he also has the power, so it's a difficult situation.
3-2 pitch.
Changeup.
Got him looking. Just froze him there. Fernando Rodney gets the Mariners to the 11th inning. Devil playing a strikeout to get out of some trouble here. Keep this score tied at 1-1 as we move to the 11th inning. What a changeup, and totally froze Mike Trout. All right, Tab, thank you very much. Kevin Jepson is the fourth pitcher tonight for the Angels. He's got the top of the order: James Jones, Stephen Romero, and Robinson Cano.
Jepson, a hard-throwing right-hander. At times we've seen him get a little bit wild. Good fastball at 97 right down the middle. Jones has tried to bunt his way on once tonight. Ended up popping the ball up. He does have a base hit, extending his hitting streak to 9 games now.
2 balls, 1 strike. Tried to stretch that base hit, get in scoring position in the 8th, and was thrown out by Efren Navarro. Popped it up. Going back is McDonald. Veteran shortstop. Makes the play. 1 out here in the 11th. I'll bring up Stephen Romero. Romero 0 for 3 and has been hit by a pitch. Well, a long time ago, the starters, Felix Hernandez and Garrett Richards, both outstanding tonight. Richards perfect through 5. Felix went 7, struck out 9. He did walk 4. Good breaking ball there from Jepson. Strike 1.
Dominic Leone getting loose in the pen now.
It did goes is Alfonso Marquez, 0-2. Power 5 for ball 1, 1-2.
Just throwing hard. That last pitch, 99 miles an hour.
And 2. Strike 3 called. 2 outs. Jepson with his first strikeout.
Just a good fastball, 98 miles an hour, right on the outside corner.
10th strikeout issued by the Angels pitchers tonight. There's Cano, 0 for 4.
Again, an interesting move to bring Rodney into the game. Rodney was the only reliever that did not pitch last night. And maybe Lloyd just felt with the top of the order coming up was his best chance to get a run and try to get a win here. Dominic Leone again getting loose in the pen.
Oh, and 1 to Cano. And now he's in an 0-2 hole. Two. Cano can keep it going. Kyle Seager will swing next. Off the plate, here's McDonald. Scoop, throw, quick release, nice scoop by Albert. At first base, and the Mariners are going 1, 2, 3. in the 11th inning. It'll be Pujols, Hamilton, and Kendrick for the Angels in the home 11th. Backing to bench coach Trent Jewett. Hernandez's night is over. Throws an effective 1 inning in the 10th. Gets a double play and a strikeout. A huge strikeout of Mike Trout got him looking. That brings on Dominic Leone.
It was a great changeup, 3-2 changeup that he was able to throw. Take a look at the numbers for Leone. ERA just over 2. 45 strikeouts in the 40 innings that he has worked. Opponents hitting .216. Good fastball from Dominic, 94 to 95 miles an hour. Mixing a slider and a changeup.
Dominic, the losing pitcher in last night's game. Got a ground out by Calhoun, a double to Trout. Retired Pujols and potentially walked Hamilton, and then Navarro getting for a base hit up the middle. He's a sixth pitcher tonight for the Mariners, and he's going to face Pujols, Hamilton, and Kendrick. Angels, 6-game winning streak on the line. They've won 9 of their last 10, and here at home they've been ridiculous. They've won 22 of their last 23.
You were talking about it earlier when Mauer came in, a big moment for him, and he certainly pitched well in his outing this evening. I think for Leone too, bouncing back after giving up the base hit last night in the 16th inning. A young pitcher, he's pitched extremely well for the Mariners, and Lloyd putting him right back out there.
Mentally tough. I remember talking to Lloyd about him after his first couple of appearances. He said, "Oh man, I like this kid. Could eventually be an 8th inning guy, maybe even a closer down the road. You know, it's just a young pup right now, but I like his makeup."
Joe Thatcher, sidearm lefty, getting loose for the Angels.
Last night, Mike Zunino gets to catch 16 innings, and Jesus Sucre, he watched all of last night. Here's Jesus in his 11th inning. And he's driven in the Mariners' only run. He was way back in the 6th inning. 1-1 to Pujols.
Cut fastball, top of the strike zone, but in the middle of the plate. And one of the things we've seen from Pujols, we were talking a lot about Trout hitting that low pitch. Pujols, especially this year, has been getting on the high fastball.
One and two. Nice pick there by Brad Miller. Takes his time, throws out Pujols, one away.
Designated hitter, number 32.
Bring up Josh Hamilton. Pujols retired. 0 for 3 with a couple of walks. He scored the only run. Now Hamilton, he's 0 for 3 with a walk.
The last pitch from Dominic was a good pitch. 1-2 count. He went with his breaking ball, and it was down off the plate. Almost fooled on the pitch, just reaching out for it. Was able to hit it on the barrel, but keeping it on the ground.
Shift on for Hamilton with Cano in short right field. One 0 to Josh. Bounced it up there. Broken bat. Looper's going to get down. Jones is playing deep, base hit. Winning runs aboard with one out here in the 11th for Howie Kendrick.
Another good 2-0 pitch right here. You want to keep the ball down, try to keep him to hit it on the ground. Don't want to give him anything too good to hit. That pitch trying to go away, left it middle in, but it was down. Hamilton looked like he almost turned an ankle coming out of the batter's box.
Whew.
Jones doing the right thing. Keep the ball in front of you.
Fastball missed. Howie 2 for 3 with a strikeout, walk, stolen base tonight. And 96-mile-an-hour fastball for strike one, 1-1. Outfield deep for the Mariners. 1-1 pitch here to Kendrick. Oh, getting the chase. Good pitch. And fine block by Sucre. Ball and 2 strikes.
Kendrick cheating a little bit, trying to get out there on the fastball. After seeing 96, Dominic comes back with a hard breaking ball at 84. Bounces it out in front of the plate. Typically, Kendrick will let the ball get a little bit deeper, but he was trying to get on a fastball and drive it. Good pitch from Leone.
Big pitch here at 1-2. Again, Sucre doing his job. Drove in the Mariners' only run back in the 6th. Unearned run by the Angels in the 7th inning. Another fastball and a beauty.
97 miles an hour right on the outside corner. He splits the corner with 97.
Making the boys used to say, painted black.
Well, and after the breaking ball and a couple of strikes, Kendrick not sure what's going to happen, and it's a good pitch. 97 on the outside corner. Can't pull the trigger. It's by him. Didn't argue at all. It was a good pitch.
Here's David Freese. 0 for 3 with a walk. A couple of strikeouts. Strike one.
Yeah, looks like the All-Star break did Dominic some good. He has probably one of the better fastballs we've seen from him this year. 4 days off. He's 96, 97 with his fastball tonight.
Mariners with the best bullpen in the American League.
Good pitch.
Richardson 1-1.
See that last pitch.
2 outs, men at first. 1-1 count here to Freeze. Runner takes off. Throw by Sucre. Got him! What a throw by Jesus Sucre. Have a night. Driven into Mariners' only run, and guns down Hamilton to end the 11th inning. It's a 1-1 ball game as we send you to Tom Glasgow. In Tacoma, he was throwing out base runners a little bit more than a 50% clip.
It's a good jump. Yeah, it's a good jump by Hamilton, but quick feet and a strong throw. See Cano staying with the play. But that's a really good jump.
And that's some good work.
Dominic Leone on the mound getting down as quickly as he can and as low as he can because this goes right over the top of his head.
In terms of form, what Sucre showed there was absolutely beautiful.
See Hamilton trying to take his hand back. Saw James Jones try that earlier in the game. Didn't work for either one of them. But a great throw by Sucre.
He's having a great night, driven into Mariners' only run and then ends the 11th inning. They could just get some offense here. A run on 5 hits, 1 error, 5 left by the Mariners. A run on 4 hits, no errors, 7 left. For the Angels, back-to-back extra inning games. We go to the 12th. Last night went 16. Here's Joe Thatcher.
Submarine left-hander. Only an inning and 2/3 for Joe with the Angels this year. Pitched in last night's ball game.
Kyle Seager, Logan Morrison, Corey Hart, 4, 5, and 6. The Mariners.
Morin getting loose, the right-hander. Only getting ready for Corey Hart.
Seager tonight broken 0 for 10 with a base hit in the 9th inning. Base hit the left with 2 outs. Couldn't get him home. Seager swinging against Joe Thatcher, obtained back on July 5th from Arizona in a 4-player trade. Breaking ball misses outside. Two and one. Solid smash to the gap. Cutting it off is Trout. Not going to get Seager. He's in there with a leadoff double. Kyle Seager with his 23rd double. That breaks the tie with Cano. He takes over the team lead in that category.
And for Kyle, 2 base hits in the game, including this double. Both of them going the other way. He had a single into left field. Now this, slicing away from Trout in center. Kyle running hard the entire way, able to beat the throw into second. It was a good throw by Trout. What a great situation for the Mariners.
Hearing a Let's Go Mariners cheer here in Anaheim. Like to hear that. Morrison needs to get that runner to third. Fouled back. Lomo tonight is 0 for 3 with a walk.
Logan looking for a pitch that he can pull to the right side. Like to get a base hit, but if he makes an out, he wants to move the runner up. Of course, Thatcher knows that. That's the reason why he threw that breaking ball off the plate away. He wanted to try to keep the ball away from him.
Trout moving back towards left center field. There's a pitch. And that's going to be a base hit. Here comes Seager around third. Got the big wave on. He's going to score. The Mariners have a 2-1 lead. Logan Morrison with an RBI double. 2-1 Seattle here in the 12th. Lomo breaking an 0 for 9 with a big 2-base hit.
And the Mariners 2 for 4 with runners in scoring position. Logan didn't get a pitch that he could pull, but he goes the other way. Take a look at it. Drop down fastball from Thatcher, and the pitch is middle away from him. Goes with the pitch, hits it right over Freeze's head, and Kyle will score easy. That'll be a double for Morrison. And Mike Scioscia making a pitching change.
Almost 6th double and his 16th run batted in on the season. What a biggie. 2-1 Mariners. Inning number 12. Will pinch run for him, but as big an RBI as he's had all year.
Take a look at this last pitch. Running away from him again. Stays on it just long enough and slices it into right field. Just out of the reach of Freeze. Kyle Seager at second base sees it. Once it gets past Freeze, he takes off, scores easy on the play. Morrison hustling the entire time, able to get in with a double. So Willie Bloomquist will come on and pinch run for Morrison, and we'll have a pinch hitter for Hart. It will be Indy Chavez, and with the pinch runner and Indy, I would guess he's up there to bunt Willie over to third. Freeze playing in on the grass at third base. Pujols playing even with the bag at first.
257. Batting average as a pinch hitter for Andy Chavez.
If he is bunting, he must have bunted firmly to the third baseman, make him come field the ball so that Willie can get into third without any play.
He's got 3 sacrifice bunts on the season. Team best. Down the line. Stay fair. Stay fair. Stay fair. It does.
And a perfect bunt and a base hit.
Andy Chavez, the pro's pro.
That's why you have the veterans on your bench. And Indy comes up and lays down a perfect bunt right down the third base line. Freeze knows he's not going to make a play, hoping it hits a clump of dirt and goes foul, but instead it comes back the other way. Good break for the Mariners and a great situation for him now. First and third, nobody out. Bring up Ackley. Ackley 2 for 4 today, scored 1 run. He also has a double.
3 consecutive hits by the Mariners to take a 2-1 lead and looking for more. Nobody out. Ackley's double to the left center field gap and single to center tonight. 2 for 4. Some Mariner fans making some noise here in Anaheim. Ball 1. The 6th pitcher tonight for the Angels. Breaking ball missed. Take another look at Indy's work.
Right down the line, a look at our McDonald's Supermo. It looks like it's going to go foul. Still looks like it's going to go foul. And then somehow, some way, it rolls back there right in the spike marks.
A right-hand turn. 2-0 to Ackley. Takes a strike. 2-1. Blomquist at third. Chavez at first. Cal Seeger got it started with the leadoff double. Here's Mike Morin's numbers.
And Dustin Ackley 2 for 4 tonight.
Into the glove of Iannetta. 2-2. Nobody out. Runners at the corners. Mariners have a 2-1 lead in inning number 12 pitch. Full count. Willie at third.
And nobody throwing in either bullpen.
Warren ready to go. 3-2 pitch. Chavez at first. Indy takes off. Hits breaking ball. Swung on a miss by Ackley, and safely at second with the stolen bases, Chavez.
Shortstop, number 5, Brad Miller.
Well, Brad Miller, boy, he's got 2 ducks on the pond here. They look good. See if he can score them. Chavez with the second stolen base.
Well, looks like Scioscia's going to put him on. Sucre is due up. On the bench right now for Lloyd McClendon, you have Smoke and Zunino. And Sucre has not come out on deck, so we'll see what's going to happen.
This will load them up. And let's see who's out of the dugout.
Looks like Sucre.
Sucre. You've had a good night. It going. Knocked in the Mariners' first run in the 6th. Cut down Hamilton trying to steal in the 11th.
You see a lot of conversation between Lloyd and Trent Jewett. And now they're going to call him back, and it'll be Smoke.
Listen to these Mariner fans. Let's go Mariners. We're in Anaheim, California.
And Then you'll have Zunino have to go in and play defense. That will be it for the bench. So Lloyd McClendon pulling out all the stops trying to win this game tonight. He brought his closer in, Rodney, who did not pitch last night, brought him in tonight early in the ball game in a 1-1 tie, trying to give his team a chance to get a lead. And now it'll be Smoke pinch hitting for the catcher, Sucre. Again, Zunino will have to go in and play defense and catch.
What an opportunity here for Smoke. Bases loaded, a chance to blow it wide open.
Mike Butcher, the pitching coach, going to come out and have a conversation.
Smoke with the bases loaded this season is 2 for 4 with 5 runs batted in.
In the Mariner bullpen, you have Furbush, Farquhar, and Wilhelmsen. Tom not available to pitch. He threw 4 innings last night. Farquhar threw 2 innings. And then Charlie, but nobody getting loose, so it'll be Leon going back out to pitch the bottom of the 12th.
Long conversation. It ends here. Bases are loaded with Mariners. A run in. Kyle Seager scored. You got Bloomquist at third. You got Chavez at second and Miller at first. 1 out. Justin Smoke. 2 for 4 on the season with the bases loaded. To the breaking ball, ball 1. Had a 3 RBI night, opening night here in Anaheim, and a 10-3 Mariner win. Takes a strike, 1-1.
Back-to-back breaking balls. The last one right on the outside corner.
That first series, Smoke drove in 3 runs in game 1 of the season, 3 runs in game 2, and hit a home run in game 3. All in this ballpark. He's got a 1-1 count right now, 1 out, bases loaded. Slow breaking ball, 2-1. One pitch. Takes a strike, 2-2.
Borderline pitch. Makes all the difference there. You can see it on the EQC tracer. Call that pitch a ball. You're in a 3-1 count. You know you're going to get a fastball, but it was called a strike, so 2-2.
Smoke the 6th man to bat here for the Mariners. Pitch. Off the end of the bat. How about this? Diving stop by Freeze. Everybody safe. Another run scores. It's 3-1 Mariners. Didn't need any chalk on the end of that stick. How about that? He picks up an RBI.
It's a slow breaking ball, only 74 miles an hour. And you said, Dave, cued it right off the end of the bat. The Angels playing him to pull the ball. And again, staying fair. Sometimes when it spins sideways like that, it'll go foul immediately. Good play by Freeze to try to keep it on the infield.
So an RBI, oh my goodness, it's huge. Smoke with an RBI is 30th. Still only 1 out. Bases remain loaded.
The Mariners 4 for 7 with runners in scoring position.
Here's James Jones. Breaking ball misses. It's 4 hits in the inning by the Mariners. Up and in to Jones. 2-0. Jones with a base hit back in the 8th. 1 for 4 night.
That base hit extending his hitting streak to 9 games.
Jonesy, the 7th man to bat here in the 12th inning. Fastball through strike, 2-1. Good rip, fouled it back, 2-2.
Fastball that was elevated in the zone. Good pitch to get into the air.
Breaking ball, popped up. Field fly roll effect. Catch made by McDonald, 2 away.
Right fielder.
If Romero
number
can
7, Stephen Romero.
get something done here. 0 for 4. Also hit by a pitch. He struck out looking twice. He'll be the 8th man to the plate here in the 12th inning.
And they pitched him away. They're throwing him anything inside. It's been in off the plate just to move him back a little bit and go right back to the outside part of the plate.
Bouncing ball to Freeze. He'll take it to the bag. That'll do it. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. 3 left. Mariners take the lead. 3-1 as we send you back to Tom Glasgow. Here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Tell you what, you got an RBI. He didn't hit it, but it got the job done.
And you don't care.
And tomorrow,
Look, the
people who are looking at the box score, it was ripped.
Well, and the pitch right before that was probably a ball called a strike. And Marin came right back with a breaking ball that he cued off the end. Mike Zunino will go in and do the catching here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Dominic Leone stays on as the pitcher. Charlie Burbush getting loose in the bullpen. Well, you'd like to square it up all the time, Dave, but sometimes you'll just take what you can get. And when you pick up a run, an insurance run, you'll take it.
And the way this club has been scuffling, particular to a point, Mike. Particular to a point.
It's just been 2 great ball games so far in this series. And man, Mariners with a great opportunity. Again, Dominic Leone stays on. Fernando Rodney, if you missed it, pitched earlier in the ball game. So he's out as you watch Charlie get loose in the pen.
Dominic has a chance
to get the win.
Absolutely. Lost it last night. Chance to win it tonight. David Freese is going to lead off. He was at the dish in the 11th when Sucre threw out Hamilton trying to steal. That was the 3rd out. So Freese, Navarro, and Iannetta are scheduled. Strike one to Freeze. 0-1 pitch from Leone. Hit well. Deep right center field. Jones going back. Gone. David Freeze with his 5th home run. RBI number 33. 3-2 ball game.
And a really big insurance run now.
He powdered that one.
Take a look at it. 93-mile-an-hour fastball, middle end, and Lloyd McClellan coming out of the dugout. We take a look at the McDonald's Supermo, and he's going to get Charlie Furbush.
Guaro, a left-hand hitter. Leone has to take his leave. One-run ball game. 3-2 Mariners. Leading off this home toss. Here's how we got here. Ackley got things started breaking up the perfect game through 5 by starter Garrett Richards. And then Sucre, how about this? After Miller moved him up with a ground out to the right side, Ackley scores, and the Mariners have a 1-0 lead.
And then here's the play back up the middle. After a couple of walks, looks like there was some confusion between Miller and Cano on who was going to field it. Miller ends up having to dive for it and then throws it away, and that's how they score their run.
And a momentous inning number 12. Kyle Seager leads off. 2-1 pitch, doubles to left center. Logan Morrison slices one.
Couple of good at-bats from the left-handed hitters against Thatcher, the submarine lefty, with Seager getting the double, and then Morrison coming up with the big base hit, and then Smoke cues one off the end with the bases loaded. Freeze diving for it. That ends up being a big play. But the Mariners pick up another run, and then here to start this inning on fastball, Freeze hits a home run. So now the Mariners will look to Charlie Furbush to hang on. This will be his 40th appearance for Charlie. 27 strikeouts, 5 walks. Opponent sitting 274 against him.
7th Mariner pitcher tonight. First pitch. In there for a strike to Efren Navarro. Won last night's ball game in the 16th with a base hit up the middle, scoring Mike Trout.
Out in the Mariner pen, you have Danny Farquhar and Tom Wilhelmsen. Tom throwing 4 innings last night, not available tonight.
The Mariners with Zunino behind the plate. Seager at third, Miller at short, Cano at second, Smoke at first, and the outfield of Ackley, Jones, and Romero. Charlie, the 7th pitcher, used tonight. Hernandez, Medina, Beimel, Mauer, Rodney, Leone, and Charlotte. There for a strike, a ball and 2 strikes.
To Navarro. Two.
Danny Farquhar threw 2 innings last night, 22 pitches in the 2 innings that he worked.
There, 1 out.
Navarro was lined out twice to Miller tonight. One was a double play, and then that one.
Well, smoked. 1 out.
Take a look at it. Again, Navarro with the game-winning hit in the 16th inning and lines out to Brad to get the first out here in the 12th.
Good swing. Brad position just right. 1 out. Run in on the home run by Freeze. Here's Iannetta has already earned the Golden Sombrero with 4 Ks tonight. All swinging. 3 of them at the hands of Felix Hernandez. Brandon Maurer got him the 4th time.
And if you missed it, Felix was outstanding again tonight. His 12th consecutive outing where he went at least 7 innings, giving 2 runs or less, giving up 2 runs or less, tying Mike Scott. The record is 13, held by Tom Seaver.
Fair ball, nice pick by Seager. Steady throws, got him 2 outs.
That was a great play again. Kyle guarding the line, taking the double away. A good footwork on the backhanded play on a ball that was right down the line, went over the bag. And a good play by Kyle. Grant Green is going to pinch hit. Pinch hit for McDonald. Roy McClendon out of the dugout. You take a look at Kyle. No panic. The hardest part was to catch it. Once he was able to catch it, he had plenty of time to make a good throw, which he was able to do. So Grant Green pinch hitting for McDonald. Lloyd out of the dugout. We're going over the scouting report and how he wants him to pitch Green.
A 1-run game here for the Mariners. They're 11 and 15 in 1-run affairs. Angels are 13 and 12, and Charlie 1 out away from putting this one in the books in the win column. There's Grant Green.
Pitch hitting this year, 2 for 5 with a double.
.324 hitter on the season in 29 games, with a homer and 8 runs batted in. Last hope here for the Angels. Ball 1. One-0 pitch from Furbush. He's behind 2-0. He's behind 2-0. Dianetto, he grounded out. Some Mariner fans, here they are, making some noise. Most of this big crowd of 44,231. Everybody booked for the exits. 2-0 pitch. Right one. 2-1.
3 balls, 1 strike. Do not want to put Green aboard. He's the tying run. Cole Calhoun is on deck. And 2. It's all come down to this.
Needs to throw another fastball in the outside corner. That's where he was able to get his 2 strikes. That last one, 93.
Charlie set, 3-2 pitch, 2 outs, nobody on, a 1-run Mariner lead. Here in the 12th pitch, line drive, hit foul.
Green helping Charlie out a little bit. That pitch off the plate away.
Outfield deep. Charlie set, 3-2. Pitch to Green. Chopper. Seager takes his time. Mariners win the ball game. 3-2. A 12-inning marathon. After going 16 last night and losing in a 1-run game, they come back tonight and win it. 3-2. Wow.
How about Dominic Leone bounces back, will get the win tonight. Charlie Furbush with the save. Again, Fernando Rodney having to pitch earlier in the ball game. Lloyd McClendon 2 nights in a row emptying his bench. The bullpen, the bench players, everybody a part of it. But the Mariners, more importantly, a chance to win the series tomorrow with Chris Young on the mound.
Mariners now 4-1 here in Anaheim, 7-4 in the season series.